Hello everybody, and welcome back to some more Final Fantasy XIV. So, we are basically going to be doing some more Return to Ivalice today, because I'm hoping that we can maybe finish up this quest line. I'm blanking a little bit now on how many quests we have left. We did 2 quests yesterday. Let's see, we have 1, 2. We have 10 quests left. And I don't remember how long some of these necessarily are. Let me just actually open up all of them just to see the amount of steps. Let's see, the current one has a couple of steps. I think it's like 8. The next one has way too many. I don't feel like counting those. And then the third quest in this line is relatively short, only, I don't know, 3, 4 steps apparently. And then the fourth one we're going to do today has only 2 steps, one of them being a raid we need to do. Then there's one with 5 steps, then one with 7, then one with 3, one of those steps being the last raid. Then there's one with 2, one with 5, and one with 1, apparently. Okay. Yeah, we are basically just gonna keep going with this. Let's turn on text-to-speech. And I kind of got to turn that back on. There we go. And I kind of forgot to actually clear up my inventory a little bit. I've basically been doing a little bit of crafting because I have an event later today in my FC, with where it's basically like a glamour contest, and I've been getting some of the pieces that I need for the glamour that I'm going to be doing. I had one glamour before, but I've decided to go with another one because I felt like it didn't look as great. Okay, can't put any more chest armor. My armor chest. Kind of kept some of these things from the Ivalice raid because I thought they looked cool. So yeah, I basically need to put some of these things in the glamour chest, and then I have a bunch of like crafting materials because I started crafting some stuff, but then I didn't finish it. It's a bit of a mess. Anyway, uninvited.
Shauna, where in the world have you been? Did you not receive Alma's summons? Principal Lexental's research into the Orosite may finally have borne fruit. We must hurry to the Prima Vista before they embark on some grand and perilous adventure without us.
Okay, that's the airship landing.
If you would follow me to the shuttle, good lady.
Okay, or the Prima Vista, yep.
Shauna, Lady Mula. Thank you for answering my summons. Master Garlund was kind enough to send for an Archon from Charlion, and I thought it only right that you be present to hear her findings.
To be frank, summoning Mikato was more Wishtala's idea. I simply came along to see what light she could shed on this mystery.
I am Mikato of House Jinba, a Doman, though my years in Sharlayan have made me a stranger here. You must be Shauna Majula, fabled liberator of men. Slayer of false gods. Warrior of light, I thought you'd be taller.
Oh my god. I thought you'd be taller. I think I'm taller than you are.
Let us speak of the crystal.
Ahem. The Otius, one of but many Orosite shards that aided noble Delita's rise to regent.
My apologies. The Odious is no ordinary crystal, even discounting its obvious historical importance. The specimen is more than a simple manifestation of elementally aspected energies, it is, rather, an ethereal lodestone whose facilitation of both the absorption and transmission of distinct frequency, NRR-type harmonic vibrations has been observed to promote ethereal amplification. The resultant neuroharmonic disturbance allows for a highly unique emittance of CPRS waves that, instead of radiating outward with a determinate factor of dispersal, instead resonate inward at a frequency so labored, my estimates place the rate of VRT decay at upwards of several centuries, though I must admit I lack sufficient variates to complete a truly comprehensive graphical assessment.
I feel like my brain is melting out of my ears from that explanation of what?
Oof. While that explanation may elicit admiring nods from your professors at the academy, it will earn you only blank looks here. Take a deep breath and try again, this time in a language those of us without the echo might comprehend.
Yeah, please.
My apologies. I merely thought.
Apologies will see us no nearer to an answer. A simpler explanation will.
Yes.
Simpler. Right. Ether is not only the building block of all things material, but those immaterial as well. Thoughts, memories, feelings, one's very will are all understood to be ethereal phenomena, and can be measured as such. Unlike most crystals, which only can emit elemental energies.
Like, as soon as she started mentioning something like NRR, I was like, that's something I'm supposed to know what is. Like, what?
Orosite is tuned not only to absorb ether, but ether specific to the immaterial. That ether is then stored and multiplied within its crystalline confines until external stimuli precipitate release.
Try again.
Oh my god.
Ahem. Under appropriate conditions, a strong will or desire can become imprinted upon the orosite and stored until fomentation, at which time the desire becomes manifest.
Fomentation. What my studious young friend is trying to say is that the Otius takes one's deepest fantasies and makes them reality.
Yes. Yes, that is, simpler. You may choose to think of it as a process akin to that of summoning a primal. There being one marked difference, primal summoning requires a supplemental energy source, such as a hoard of elementally charged crystals. Orosite, on the other hand, has the capacity to serve as its own source of power.
We know from the Duri papers that Argath was never king of Ivalis. He was slain in battle during the War of the Lions.
Yet the Argath encountered during the recent expedition carried himself as if he had been crowned regent. I believe this was merely the Orosite in his possession making Manif, realizing his desire to rule. I am informed that he uttered the same words over and over again for the duration of the confrontation which unfolded. If that is the case, it is possible that it was not actually Argath who uttered them, but the Orosite itself.
If the Duri papers are accurate, Argath was a weak and petty noble who believed that his blood entitled him to power. The Orosite took that belief and twisted it into the abomination we, Shauna put to the sword.
Then you are saying the crystal could prove a threat?
The Orosite, Alma. And not necessarily. Ramses seemed to fare well enough. There is no record of the young regent being manipulated by the artifacts he gathered. In the hands of the just, the Orosite should prove harmless, even beneficial. To paraphrase, it is not the weapon that kills, but the one who wields it? Now where have I heard that before? Oh, yes. It was Emperor Galvas's justification for taking the marvels of Magitech and applying them to the manufacture of arms. Where, after all, was the harm if it allowed him to bring order to the three great continents?
You draw an intriguing parallel, Master Garland. The properties of these crystals are so singular, I do begin to wonder if they, like Magitech, are products of science and not nature. That they were created by someone too. But who? What manner of person would even be capable of such a feat?
Now that is an interesting question, the answer to which I look forward to hearing. Regrettably, I have pressing matters to attend to elsewhere. Fear not, however, Mikoto's insight will prove far more beneficial than anything I might accidentally contribute. Good day to you all.
Okay. See you, Sid.
What I don't understand is, if the Duma was imprinted with Argatha's deepest desires, then whose desires are rattling about inside the Odious? I had the self-same question, and thus conducted a thorough inspection of the crystal upon my arrival. The results were inconclusive. Traces of ethereal activity were present, but to all intents and purposes, the vessel was empty. Empty? But what of the voices I heard?
Wait, what?
Voices. I heard nothing of the sort. The only voices you heard, Alma, were in your stubborn head.
Ramza, why won't you?
Shall we speak of voices, then? What of yours, Alma? Our resident voice of dissent. You have done naught but question the wisdom of our research from the moment we left Garlemald. Would you put your petty worries above our family's calling?
No. I would never.
You would never? Then why involve a gossip monger, a goody two-shoes, and this flying mole?
Wait, flying mole? What?
Please tell me you can see that.
Why is there a Moogle here? Why is there a Moogle here? What?
Am I interrupting? Oh, please do go on. My acceptance into your fine troops' ranks can wait until all have said their piece, Kyopo. Guards. Get this. Mont Blanc. The name is Mont Blanc. Denizen of Dalmascus deserts, seeker of thrills, adventurer extraordinaire. But you may call me Mont Blanc, Kyopo.
Dalmasca has long been known as a melting pot for myriad cultures, where minor races such as the Sikh, the Bangat and the Vieram might live in relative harmony with Iyer, Eleasan, and others. Yet there is no record of a prominent Mughal population.
Most likely because we are neither prominent nor populous. My people are nomadic by nature, ever drawn to the elusive frontier and the freedom she promises. Kyupo. A. Mughal. Of course I'm a Mughal, Kyupo. You'd think the adorable wings and the fluffy palm would have given it away. Now, about my admission to the Majestic. I will allow no such thing. The Majestic is the Empire's premier theater company. We will not sully its good name by granting refuge to a fluttering ball of fur. And furthermore, how in the world did this abomination board the Prima Vista in the first place?
Don't call it an abomination.
By means of his wings, were I to guess. As for his admission to our company, I do not seem to recall race, creed, or allegiance on my list of prerequisites, do you? No, father. Very well, then. Mont Blanc, what is it exactly that calls you to the stage, our stage? What else? The Zodiac Brave story, Kyupo. Never before have I witnessed something so amazing. So moving. Sitting, well, technically hovering there in the audience as the story unfolded around me, I knew I was witnessing something special. Something positively transcendental, Kyupo. It was then that I realized I either had to be a part of it, or go to my grave a bitter and broken Mughal. Was this realization before or after you swore you simply had to become the realm's greatest marauder, Kyupo?
What?
Hurdy. How did you? Perhaps you'd have more success at running away if you didn't reveal your grand designs to every other fool you happen to meet, Kyupo. Was it not but 20 nights ago you took up the axe, Kyupo? Now here you are professing your passion for the stage before carving even a single notch in your haft? Do you not remember, to he who churns the butter goes the sweetest bread? But how is one to savor said buttered bread if his head is in the belly of a fearsome beast? You accuse me of giving up when I merely came to the realization that continuing would end in failure. Only through a change of course could I reach my final destination, Kyupo. And that destination is what? Mummer. Are you sure it is not geomancer? Arithmetician. Templar. Do not bother answering, Kyupo, we all know you'll be singing a different tune come cock crow. That is where you are mistaken, Hurdy. I was destined to be a thespian. I can feel it in my fur. The role of Delito was made for me. Made for me, Kyupo. Kyupo, 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 Kyupo. Enough. The actors in our company trained at the Empire's finest institutes. They represent the pinnacle of the profession not only in Garlemald, but across the entire world. A vagrant bat mole like you could never hope to share a stage with such artists, let alone play the part of a hero like Delita. You yourself admitted you were too craven to face a solitary beast. How do you imagine you would fare against a pack of theater critics? Any troupe would need proof of valor before it could even consider. Craven. Call me a cheat and call me cur, but do not, sir, call me craven. I accept your challenge, slay but one foul beast by mine own hand, and the Majestic Theatre Company will accept me into its ranks, Kyupo. Wait, I issued no such. You are all here witnesses, Kyupo. When I return with the head of a terrible beast in my gore-stained hands, you will be honor-bound to welcome me, Mont Blanc the Mummer, into the fabled ranks of the Majestic. Good day. Wonderful. What do we do now? What do? We do nothing. If that bat mole wishes to throw himself on the horns of a stampeding zoo, I will not stand in his way.
I believe the proper term of derogation is molebat, and I should warn you, Muggles do not take kindly to those who use it. Why must you always put yourself above others, brother? Did you learn nothing from Argatha's wretched example?
Mont Blanc would never have set off on this fool's errand had you not made the challenge. If anything befalls my brother, his blood will be on your hands.
Shauna. You are the only one among us capable of locating Mont Blanc and preventing disaster. On behalf of my brother, I beg your assistance.
Fine, I guess I need to go and help him.
My brother can be rather simple-minded when it comes to such matters. Thinking to impress the Warrior of Light and her companions, Mont Blanc would likely choose the scene of your recent exploits to prove his worth, meaning Rabanastra, if I am not mistaken.
Pardon my language, but that Ramza really is an incurable little prick, is he not? How dare he speak to his sister and the Muggle in that manner? I couldn't decide which was worse, the things he said, or the way the principal sat back and let him say them. But I suppose it is none of our concern. For now, let us concentrate on the task at hand, finding that Muggle before he does something we'll all regret. What say we start nearby? Pier 2, perhaps?
Okay. Go to Pier 2. Okay, so Pier 2 is the one that is up there. Over to the Aetherite. That's not what I wanted to do. I wanted to teleport, but it didn't react. I didn't want to go there. I wanted to... What's it? Hostelry? Speak with one of them, I guess. You.
The Falcon Porter tells us that he set a traveling blacksmith away to Yangtze and not a bell passed. And why would that be of interest to us, you ask? Because said peddler of iron and steel was seen to be carrying a bag stuffed to the brim with, and I quote, albino mole fur and purple bat wings.
Mont Blanc. Not that we look like that, Kyoko.
The quickest route into Dalmasca is via the One River and its western tributaries. If Mont Blanc is bound for Rabanastra, he will seek passage from the Glittering Basin.
Okay, the Glittering Basin, that is down there. So, teleport to Namai. And fly on down there. So, basically just right down next to where you go to, I'm forgetting what's called now, Domin Enclave, that's what it is. Okay, so search for Mont Blanc, down there. And he's getting attacked. Here we go.
Mont Blanc. What were you thinking?
Have you any idea what you put your brother through? He has been worried sick.
Both Herdy and Ramza were right all along. I am a failure. A flop. A flailing, flapping, foppish failure, Kyopo. How could I play the part of a hero if I cannot even ruffle the feathers of a single measly bird? The audience would see right through me like the spineless jellyfish I am.
Now wait, Mont Blanc. Not everyone can be a hero, not even most heroes. Yes, the bards sing of the man who deals the final blow, but what of his cadre of loyal companions? Do you think Delita united Ivalice on his own? Do you think Shauna here was alone when she liberated All Amigo?
You're never alone on the battlefield, and all wars are won on the front lines. Alone on the battlefield.
Never alone? So you're saying you'll always be there for me? For Mont Blanc? I think she was speaking metaphorically.
Let us not dwell on the details. The day is saved, and Mont Blanc has escaped sans scratch or singe to show for it. We should return to the Prima Vista before our luck runs out.
Okay. So... back to Ghana. Go down here to the markets and run on over to the Prima Vista. Why does it not have like yes as the default accept thing? I was basically just trying to spam my accepting like keybind, but for some reason it goes automatically to no for some reason. Don't know why that's the case. Something happened. Oh.
Please. This ship is a place of peace. Release my sister or you will answer to me.
When the cat's away.
Put that damnable thing down, Ramza. You're not helping matters. We have no quarrel with you or yours. We only seek aid in finding our leader, B.A. Gamnon. You seek our help? You who threatened to kill my father? Who stole his work and made fools of us all? Never. Silence, Ramza. They have Alma. We will hear what they have to say. As I said, we have no quarrel with you. We only did what was necessary to secure an audience. We surrender our weapons and offer your journal as an act of good faith.
I don't really trust them.
This is all rather a lot to digest. But your claims do coincide with what we have learned about the Oricide. You're saying that Crystal did something to our captain?
After being emptied of Argatha's wool, the Duma sought that of another to sate its appetite for ether.
You're saying that Crystal ate our captain?
Not his body, no. Only his soul.
His soul? Tell me, what in your opinion was your leader's deepest desire? What was it that he longed for above all else in the world? Why waste your breath reasoning with these lizards? They showed themselves for the beasts they are when they put a knife to your throat.
Ramsay, can you please just shut the fuck up already? You keep saying things that should just not be said out loud. You're gonna make people angry.
First mole bats, now lizards. This one's tongue is pure poison.
Yep.
The boy can call us what he pleases. For our past failings, we deserve no better. Your failings. 30 summers have come and gone, yet not a night goes by that I do not wake in sweat at the memory. We were Fusiliers in the Dalmascan army, stationed in the royal stronghold at Nalbina. Nalbina fortress was reputed to be impenetrable. Its fall to the IVTH Legion proved a turning point in the Imperial campaign, dealing a crushing blow to Dalmascan morale and ultimately marking the beginning of the kingdom's end. B.A. Gamden was our captain, and once it was clear the day would not be ours, Prince Rassler, commander of the garrison at Nalbina, tasked him with one final mission. Our unit was to escort His Highness's twin sister, the Princess Ashalaya, away from the fortress and thence to safety. But, things did not go as planned. I still remember the words she uttered as she lay dying in the captain's arms but a stone's throw from where the Garamzith waterway drains into the sea. Even as the fog of death descended upon her, she smiled and told us, the very people who had failed her, to survive, for as long as even a single Dalmascan stood, our nation would never truly perish. But it should not have been us who survived. By failing to protect our charge, we betrayed the princess and her memory, and brought shame upon our race. So yes, we are naught but cold-blooded lizards deserving of whatever scorn you deign to heap on us.
I think we may safely assume a deep-seated hatred towards the invaders of his homeland, coupled with self-loathing born from a sense of powerlessness. The darkness that lurks in the heart of B.A. Gamden is little different from that which drove Argath, the self-same emotions that were to nourish the Duma.
Stop speaking in riddles, Charlene. She's saying your brave captain will eventually turn into a monster, or rather, more of one. Garlean lies.
What they say is true. If we do not find B.A. Gamden and the Duma soon, none of us are safe, present company included. Do you have any idea where he might have gone? Any at all?
Wait, look at this. Something has been added to the final page of my journal. Then the captain must have put it there. Only he had access to it, until we found it in the pack he left behind, that is.
Is this Dalmascan?
Indeed it is. It says Ridorana. The lighthouse? Why would he write that? and in the old man's journal no less.
There is a place on the Valnard Sea, far to the south of Rabanastra, where the ocean tumbles into a gaping maw more than a malm across, the Ridorana Cataract. Legend would have us believe that it is the entrance to the hell of water. Many a scholar seeking to prove otherwise has descended into the chasm, some even by airship, but not a one has returned.
I'm guessing we're going there. Wouldn't be surprising, honestly, if we went there.
I must admit to knowing little of Ridorana save that which Lady Mikado shared with us. Before we expend valuable time and resources traveling to so remote a place, I must review my notes and see if there is any mention of the abyss. We shall send for you as soon as we learn aught of interest.
Okay. My power, my pleasure, my pain.
Ridorana is proving to be quite the enigma. With every answer comes countless new questions. This may take longer than I expected, but you are doubtless eager to know why I requested your presence. Our resident dramaturge mentioned there was something he wished to ask of you. As my work here is far from complete, I wondered if you might not indulge the man while you wait? There's few so loath to take their rest than venturers without a quest foreshorn of work to give them worth, they soon become a source of mirth.
Quote the man idling in the airship. Adventure will find me in time. Let's go with that one, I guess.
Touché. I shall leave you to your devices, then.
Wait, what? Am I supposed to be?
Ridorana is proving to... But you are doubtless eager to know why I request...
Do I have to pick the other one?
There's few so loath to take their rest than venturers without a quest foreshorn of work to give them worth, they soon become a source of mirth.
You will find me in time?
Oh, but it has, my friend. It has. My colleagues tell me that if one in this land ever needs an item fetched, that you are the woman to speak to. I find this philanthropic compulsion fascinating, and so, in the interests of research into my next play, let's say, I seek to put said compulsion to the test. Assuming you are game, of course. Bring me a bottle of wine. Ah, but not just any wine. Make it rose-themed. And make it Eorzean. I've had my fill of the bitter blends offered here in the East. Where to start? Oh, if only there were some port where thirsty Eorzeans went for their wine, you would surely be there speaking with its foremost blind Lalafell vintner, and not here with me.
I know who that is. That is the one up near Wineport, I believe. Yep. We're just teleporting to the other side of the world. Thankfully I do have like Aetherite tickets, so it's not really expensive, it's actually free. Alright, speak with you.
Soy and spice, sprinkled with a subtle soupçon of the steppe. You have traveled far, my friend. What is it you seek here in Wineport? A rose-themed wine? You would be hard-pressed to find a wine that did not display some hint of rose, so we can assume that your client was not referring to a desired bouquet. Perhaps a name, or a label, or a bottle. Yes, I seem to recall a certain vintage rose sold in crystal bottles with a single red rose on the label. Alas, I have nothing as rare amongst my personal stock. As for who might, well, there's always Berglane, I suppose.
Who's the person in here?
Pa. Only an uncultured fool would select a wine based solely on its bottle. As it happens, however, said fool would be undeservingly rewarded with one of Vilbrand's best wines were he to select a vintage Sud-Viandja. Not that your client would have the palate to properly appreciate its depth and complexity. But let us dispense with the pretense. You are the fool in question, and do not bother to deny it. A fool who has aimed too high. One of your standing could live 1,000 lifetimes and still not amass the wealth required to purchase even an empty bottle. Oh, price is no object, is it? Ha! Even if I believed you, and, I do not, I have a reputation to uphold as a vintner and viticulturist. Were my clients to learn I was peddling the choice of my collection to the likes of you, they would never do business with me again. Bah. All right. Just to see the back of you, I shall do you the kindness of directing your steps unto one who might take pity on your plight, assuming he does not find amusement in it. Master Gaigirajo of Costa del Sol. But do not tell him I sent you.
Okay. So we're down to Costa del Sol then.
Shauna. It is always a pleasure, and I do mean that. My ladies inform me you come inquiring after a bottle of Sud-Viandja, but I told them they must be mistaken. Not even you would be foolish enough to think you could. Oh, you are serious. Ah ha 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 ha. Shauna, you do realize one could purchase an entire estate in mist for the price of a single bottle? Or 5 estates for the price of 5 bottles, which happens to be the number of bottles of Sud-Viandja I have in my collection. Now, I am not an unreasonable man. Let none say the venerable Gaigiraja does not value a friendship as deep as the one you and I have forged. So in my boundless generosity, I offer you the opportunity for a trade. A bottle of vintage Sud-Viandja for a mere magnum of fine Dalmascan. Never heard of the stuff? And I thought I was talking to a fellow connoisseur. I pity the poor vintner back in Wineport who will have to educate you. Until then, my friend, the offer stands. Ah ha ha ha.
Okay. Back to Wineport. Why do I get the feeling this is going to be one of those like trade quests where I have to like go between several people in order to get things?
First Sud-Viandja, and now Dalmascan wine? Might I interest you in an aged Lamansan red instead? No, I thought not. Well, then you have your work cut out for you. There was a time Dalmascan wine was fairly easy to procure, even here in Vilbrand, but that was before the Empire raised the better part of the kingdom, vineyards, and all. If there are any surviving bottles, it would be those that were exported before the Imperial invasion, over 30 summers past, though I've not encountered any in a decade or more, either at auction or in private hands. Collectors are covetous creatures. If one were to have somehow acquired a bottle, there is little chance he would willingly part with such a treasure, which leaves only those brought over by the few Dalmascan refugees who fled to Eorzea.
Okay, head out to Drest. Apparently, I'm currently reading the my FC chat, and apparently, one of our members who makes some, they if I'm not mistaken, they do like art for venues. and basically get paid for that. I think with in-game gil. I think. Could also be that they get paid with like real money. I don't really know. But apparently, one of the venues that they have done work for is not able to pay them now. At least not right now. So some of the people in the FC are now trying to guess which venue it is, because the person who did the work doesn't want to just say it, because they don't want to start a witch hunt, like for no reason.
Can't sleep. They won't let me. The midges won't let me. They buzz and they scream.
Do / soothe.
You. I know you. You were here before. You sent away the midges. They came back, though. They always come back. They mock me. Tell me I can never go home. I just want to go home. I cannot stand it here anymore.
Okay. Comfort.
Wine. My wife loved wine. We would drink a glass of Valens every night before sunset. She would always keep the cork. I always thought that odd. What good is a cork? Toss it in the midden heap along with the bottle, I'd say. But she.
Okay. I find empty bottle.
Though you find several empty wine bottles amongst the rubbish, one in particular calls out to you. Take it to Chamonix Lomani to confirm its origin.
Okay. Did I honestly not expect there to be some sort of fetch quest sort of thing here? I thought it was just gonna be like, oh, get some stuff ready for like going to the next raid, maybe, and then go in there, kick some ass, and then move on. But apparently not. And we're dealing with wine.
How is Dreist? I do hope your visit did not disquiet the poor soul.
Yet by some stroke of fortune, the court remains intact.
So you have brought me an empty bottle, but what is this? The cork remains in place. That is most fortunate. If an adequate seal was made, there may still be traces of the wine within. May I? Flamboyant, yet elegant. A thought-provoking blend of kukuru beans and cinnamon, with just a hint of, is that rosemary? A veritable kaleidoscope of both opulence and refinement. Long has it been since I last encountered a bouquet of such complexity, yet I recall it as if it were yesterday. Without question, this bottle once held a Dalmascan Limonde red by the name of Valens. To think I would have the opportunity to experience it again after so many summers. But I suspect Master Gaijiraju will not be as satisfied with a sniff as I. Now, one without scruples might see the empty bottle as the basis for a ruse. One man's ruse is another man's kakaku.
Why? Hancock? What? What? Why are you? Why are you here? What? You're normally in Ghana. Why the fuck are you in Eastern London? Why the fuck are you here? You're on the other side of the planet, or on like the map essentially. What?
Over the years, I have had numerous dealings with the Lord of Costa del Sol, and while he is many things, an expert on wines is not one of them. Not that it would matter if he were. Men of his standing invariably find more joy in boasting of their acquisitions than in consuming them. In all likelihood, Master Gaijiraju will never even open the bottle, rendering the provenance of its contents practically irrelevant. Ah, but where are my manners? These forays back to Western climes always bring out the barbarian in me. It is a pleasure, Shauna. Lest you wonder at my presence here, my employers see promise in the Hingan wine trade, and desire the establishment of a viable route twixt East and West. I am come to see their plan to fruition.
Okay, so that's the reason why he's here, but still, what the fuck? That's not a person I expect to see here.
But returning to your dilemma, I believe that I may be of assistance. I just so happen to have on my person several sample bottles of Hingan wine made with grapes similar to those once found in Dalmasca. For a close acquaintance, I would be more than willing to part with one that she might fill her empty vessel. But that would be unjust. As a maker of wine, I cannot allow it. Master Gaijiraju has cozened more of his clients than he can count. How do you think the man amassed his fortune? By playing fair? Would that the world were thus. But I am here to tell you it is not. So, it is decided then. We shall employ deceit as our morally justified means to a happy end. Wait. This is a fool's errand. Then let us be glad our quarry is a fool himself.
Don't look happy about
Now,
that.
if you will excuse me, I must go and tell the gentle citizens of Wineport why they should be drinking Hingan. Good day.
I wouldn't be surprised if this doesn't work. No, the bottle of Dalmascan wine to Gaijiraju. What does it actually say on it? Or at least it appears that way. What? Let's hope that Hancock's little trick here doesn't backfire for us.
By the gods. You actually found one? A bottle of Dalmascan wine? Oh ho. We must uncork it right away.
That's what I was hearing. Shit's gonna go bad here.
Yes. A lush bouquet of herbaceous dignification, coupled with earthen undertones, and so forth.
Okay, he doesn't understand anything about wine, I guess.
In short, the very epitome of a Dalmascan red. Yes, you have outdone yourself this time, Shauna. And a promise is a promise. Ladies. The bottles of Sudvyandja, if you please. Take whichever you fancy, except for the one with the rose. That is my favorite. Or, whichever you fancy. Ahem.
Welcome to the stream, Retry Girl. Thanks for the follow. Currently doing the Return to Ivalice questline in Final Fantasy 14. Okay. I need to go and deliver this to the Wandering Dramaturge. Okay. This actually say a vintage wine so rare and so expensive, can't help but stop and wonder why you just don't drink it yourself and give Wandering Dramaturge a bottle of red, Lanosian red. It wouldn't go over that well. He probably would figure out that we are trying to cheat him. Unlike Kijiraju. He was not very clever in this instance. But it does also seem like he has absolutely no knowledge of wine. To be honest, I don't really have that either. But yeah. Alright, let's see here. Talk to the gate guard and get up to the Prima Vista.
Do you see?
Okay, wondering Charm Search. I'm kind of wondering why we have like such a random quest between this. Also, there's before that there's this stuff over
Before
here.
Sid left, he handed me this queer contraption. Said it was an Alagan storage node, and that if I activated it, I'd hear the principal's voice as if he were standing right beside me. Would you care to try it? Records found. Initiating query protocol.
What? Oh yeah, I don't get what any of that is. I'm not gonna mess around with that.
They say a rose is a rose is a rose. So tell me, adventurer, is that a rose in your pocket, or are you simply here for small talk?
Deliver the wine. Hopefully he is satisfied.
A bottle of vintage Sudviant Ja. You never cease to amaze. But what is most amazing is your impeccable sense of timing. Today marks the 12th anniversary of the day I met my dear wife. And if there was one thing she loved more than wine, it was roses. Would that she were here today too. Ah, but I jest. My wife is very much alive. In fact,
But
she's been here with us all along. Darling, would you care to join us?
For me? How thoughtful. But did you?
Forget the most important gift of all? Of course not.
okay, switched over to cook, I'm guessing.
Bacon bread. The perfect companion to a perfect wine, for my perfect companion.
Oh, darling, I think this might be our best anniversary yet.
The fuck is happening? What? So he got a like extremely rare and expensive wine because him and his wife wanted it for their anniversary, I guess. He made bacon bread. What?
That played out better than I imagined. I suppose I have you to thank, adventurer. Though, it was the bacon bread that sealed the... Ah. Yes. Is that Principal Genovese I hear calling? Perhaps he's made some progress with his research and requires your assistance. You had best not keep him waiting.
Okay.
I hope these past few turns of the sun have proved as productive for you as they have for us. We have much to share.
Okay. Okay, decide and get world map. Okay, stream roll. Alright, so what have you guys found out?
Ridorana is the name of both a massive gap in the southern Valnard Sea, and the lighthouse once manned by the Royal Dalmascan Navy to prevent ships from succumbing to the cataract's currents. I stress once manned as the tower has lain empty since its candle keeps abandoned their posts after the fall of Rabanastra. but if Pharaoh Sirius offers any indication of what can befall a lighthouse in the absence of its caretakers. Yes, but the real question is how all of this ties in with Ivalian legend. A cursory examination of the Zodiac Brave story reveals no mention of Aridorana. Yet it seemed foolish to assume that a name could not change in the centuries since the tale was writ. So I thought to cross-reference texts on modern Ilzabardian history with our translations of the Duri papers. And after an exhaustive examination of my ancestors' notes, I discovered that there was not a single entry on Ridorana. And while mention of the Valnard Sea was abundant, I found no reference whatsoever to any cataract or lighthouse within its waters. Ramses' discovery prompted me to examine the mystery from a different perspective. What if there were no mystery at all? What if, at the time of Delita's rise, the chasm did not yet exist? There is more, but only a visit to the lighthouse will enable us to confirm our theories with any certainty.
Okay. So let's do that then.
The Ridorana lighthouse lies far from civilization. You would be wise to provision for the trip here in Hingashi.
An adventure always comes prepared. An adventure usually comes prepared. I shall return soon. We're
Of course.
prepared. We have all we need. Or at least I think so. So off we go to that lighthouse chasm. I still don't really fully understand where it is we're going. I think it was a lighthouse, at least. Or I guess a giant chasm, which I think maybe holds a lighthouse. Is that supposed to be a lighthouse? Looks more like a factory. The Ridorana lighthouse honestly looks way more like a factory. Also, why the fuck is it near a chasm? Just a giant hole in the ground. Oh yeah, that seems way bigger than it did during that first cutscene.
Something is very wrong here. Mayhap it is best if we split our fellowship into two parties, one to delve into the tower's depths, and one to observe from afar. As acting expedition subleader, I appoint you captain of the first. You may use this spyglass to aid in your search for the missing lizard.
Okay.
Damn it, brother. Where are you?
So, do we get to explore a bit here? Oh, we do. Okay, there's no map, and I'm gonna assume it's probably limited to where we can go. Yep, can't even go down this way. Okay, so we have the small ship there, the big one out there. Can I spot the chasm from anywhere? What do you guys have to say?
Shivering. Me. My fur is simply standing on end from all the, ambient ether. Yes, ambient ether in the area. Can't you feel it, Kyupo?
Can't feel it. What do you guys say?
Captain, give us a sign.
Okay, not a whole lot. What about you, Lena?
The lighthouse looks like it has seen better days. I dare say we have a handful of Imperial dreadnoughts and 30 years of disrepair to thank for that.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Damn, this thing's big.
Where in the king's name are you hiding, Captain? Don't worry, Captain. This lot are with us. They won't hurt you.
Okay, go that way. How far up this way can I go? Seems like I can actually go pretty far. Surprisingly far. I wouldn't be surprised if this is like the next raid and this might be like a, I don't know, place where you need to fight boss. Ancient engraving, I'm assuming it says.
Lo, Seeker in Days Unborn, God Blade Bearer. Know you, this tower challenges the sky. Where the Watcher, the Ward of the Three Weights, soul hungry, unsated.
Okay, I have no idea what that meant. Looks like you can kind of see the chasm slash drop border there. Although it seems like it goes down a little bit and then it goes further out that way. To where I'm guessing the big drop is on the other side of this entire building. So there's the destination. Use the spyglass.
This location appears to offer an adequate view. Climb up and scan the area for any sign of B.A. Gamden.
Okay. I can actually spin around quite a bit. Is it how high I can go with this thing? Oh, there he is. Why didn't I see him before when I ran past him? Or ran past that area?
You found him. Let me see. He needs our help. Prince Rassler. Princess Ashalaya. I know you cannot forgive me. Nor should you. It is all my fault. I could not save you, could not save anyone. Anyone but myself. I am so sorry. B.A. Gamden. Wait. Traitors. Have you no pride? You treat with the very men who laid waste to our homeland. You are mistaken, brother. There are no Imperials here. We've come to help. I know what I see. My own kin sided with the enemy. How dare you stay my audience with the princess?
The Duma.
It has him, Kyopo. It's showing him what he wants to see. which? Murderous.
Oh no. You better not have killed him. Or killed her. You better not have killed her. Okay. Good. Missed.
B.A. Gamnon.
So this is the end. Recite the words. Satisfy the covenant. Relinquish thy soul unto me, and be granted that which thou desirest most in all the world. Sword in hand, a warrior, clutches stone to breast. Look at me, brother. Look at me. In sword, etched he, his fading memories. Don't you die? Not yet. In stone, his tempered skill. We promised we'd all go together when our time came. You can't leave us here. By sword attested, by stone, revealed.
Bad is gonna happen, I feel.
That light. Where have I seen it before? Oh no.
What? I want to get that checked out. It does look completely great.
Whatever you are doing, you need to leave the lighthouse right away. Right away, do you hear?
Okay. Getting back to the Prima Vista then. Okay.
It is as we feared, then. B.A. Gamnon's soul is lost.
Yeah, let's just use that. And annihilation, and we get a chapel.
Much as I wish it were otherwise, I fear B.A. Gamnon is beyond saving. Yet we cannot suffer what is left of him to become a distraction.
Father. Is now not the time to abandon this quest? We are meddling with forces beyond.
Enough, Alma. We adults are talking. While Shauna was searching for the lizard, I inspected an area of exposed foundation at the base of the lighthouse.
God, I hope Ramsey gets just his ass kicked. He is so fucking annoying sometimes. And I really hope that Alma basically gets like a point where she like does something that completely just fucking overwhelms Ramsey. Just her being like, hey, I did the correct thing now. Ramsey, shut your fucking face. I hope something like that happens, because holy shit, he's annoying.
And you were right, Father. The lighthouse is built squarely atop the ruins of what can only be the clockwork city of Gauk.
The Wattwork city of who? According to the Zodiac Brave story, the clockwork city of Gauk was a metallic metropolis wherein airships, automata, and other technological marvels of the age were first conceived. Little is said about its location, however, save that it was far away.
While the Duri papers do not say a great deal more, they do mention that the land upon which the legendary city was built was severely limited, an inconvenience that forced its inhabitants to build up, rather than out. Which led me to ask myself, what if the reason land was limited was because the land in question was an island? But that still would not explain the omission of the cataract. It is inconceivable that the authors would neglect to mention so prominent a landmark had it existed. And then I found it, a lone passage regarding Gauk's fall. While the particulars were missing, it appears the city was abandoned after an explosion, left half of it in ruin. I believe that this explosion may have undermined a portion of the seabed. It need only have been a small area at first, one that could well have gone unnoticed during the Exodus. As time passed, however, the waters would have continued to wear away at the rock, slowly widening the gap until we have what lies beneath us today. This would explain why there is no mention of Ridorana prior to the present era. Come, Father, will you not tell them the rest? Of the possibility that we Garleans are descended in part from the displaced citizens of Gauk? It would explain how the Empire was able to forge its armies of iron even before the discovery and application of Allagan technology. And it may also explain why the legend of Ivalice has resonated with our people for centuries, despite the fact that the Lost Kingdom was, as far as we can tell, in quite a different corner of the world.
An interesting, if somewhat ambitious theory. But to return to your original claim, it is your belief that the Ridorana lighthouse stands atop what is left of
that necklace. Where did you get it, girl?
this? It was my mother's.
Your mother's. It was my late wife's most cherished possession. Why do you ask? B.A. Gamnon had a talisman he would wear beneath his jerkin. He refused to take it off, even when bathing. He said it was special. I only saw it a few times, but it looked exactly like the one your daughter wears. And what are you implying, Lizard? That my sister stole it? Or my late mother? Neither. I spoke of their similarity. That is all.
Can you believe the nerve of this boy?
Enough, Ramza. Our guests are merely concerned for the well-being of their kin. But what of our kin? What of them, Ramza? Do you imagine our kin to be better than theirs in some way? Or anyone else's for that matter? I apologize, Father. We have but one purpose, son, and that is to prove the existence of Ivalice and clear our family's name. Do not allow anger or hate to lead you from that path. Now, we have a lost city to explore.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I hope really that Ramza basically gets like told to just shut up by someone. Something like that. Okay, so let's see here. Violation. We basically just need to use the route finder to enter the Ridorana Lighthouse. Let's see, that is a 4-boss alliance raid. Let me just put this here. Okay, restricted party is off. Alright, so first of all, I kind of want to check. Are there any... Nope, no one is looking for that. Okay, join queue. Average wait time 30 minutes. Okay, so I'm thinking of basically just reading through the boss mechanics to hopefully have a sort of idea of what to look out for. Alright, so first boss is Famfrit, the Darkening Cloud. There's a tank buster which is called Tide Pod, a arena-wide AoE attack called Water 4. Brian Cannonade, I think it is. Marked player with an AoE circle. Just run away from other players, I guess. Tsunami, AoE knockback followed by Famfrit charging an Ampora water visual effect, releasing a large cone-shaped AoE. This deals massive damage and repeated knockback towards the edge of the arena, which is also a damage zone. It is possible to escape with Surecast or the like, but very difficult even then, so try to avoid it entirely. Banro will do this more than once. Visual of the Ampora will indicate the direction of the AoE. Okay. There is also Dark Ewer. Famfrit spawns a number of Amporas that will downpour and move around. Getting hit by any will result in medium damage. Dark Rain, a number of AoE circles will be placed around the arena. Darkening Rainfall, Famfrit spawns three or more later into the fight. Dark Rain adds. Expect Water 4 shortly after the spawn. Having failed to kill all ads may result in several dead players, or even a wipe. Then there's Dark Cannonade. Players are marked with the red triangles. After a short time, players will be tossed into the air and take water damage. Grouping together negates the toss and reduces the damage. You only need to group with one other marked player. More doesn't hurt, but don't put in extra effort to make a large stack. Okay. So, get a red triangle, stack up with other triangle players. To know. Then we have Belias, the Gigas. Let's see. Belias may split in two. Both will charge in a linear fashion. Note the arrow marker. Both Beliases will charge to make, or will charge to such a marker, and from it, in the direction of the arrow, the Belias will stop for about 3 seconds at such a marker. Getting hit by the charge will deal damage and inflict one stack of vulnerability up and slow. It might be prudent to stand in the center tile and move from there if necessary. General, expect to be inflicted by one vulnerability, or General, expect to be inflicted by vulnerability up if you fail to avoid an avoidable damage guarantee ability. And then there's abilities. There's Fire, which is, it just says prepare for Fire 4, which is an arena-wide AoE. Time Eruption places 9 rectangle-shaped AoEs. The AoEs look like clock faces with fast or slow spinning hands. Fast spinning will explode first, slower second. So I guess if you can't avoid them, just stand in the slow ones, and then as soon as the fast ones explode, move into the where the fast ones were. The Hand of Time. Standing marker. Don't know what that means. Tethered to players. After a short grace period, tethered players for burn and slow. More stacks the closer they are. And any players who contacts the tether suffers stop. Okay. Violence, loyal minions, heed by call. Summons 3 gigas. Charges mana meter as long as the ads are alive. If they are near each other, they tether and gain vulnerability down, so tanks need to spread them apart. Okay. Hellfire, it's an ultimate, damage according to the charged mana meter, so don't let that get to the max. And there's Time Bomb, places 4 meteor markers, Clock Hand, or Clockwork Hand, to indicate the direction of the AoE, which can't be rotated 90 degrees by having a player step into the circle. The hand will not rotate if a player is already standing in the circle, and the impact itself does not deal damage. Getting hit will inflict 1 vulnerability up. Okay. Basically just make sure that there's one player that stands in one of those meteor markers. Let's see, then there's Construct 7. It says something about crude scrolling at X10.5 and Y13.8. A wise arithmetican. I think that's what it says. Arithmetican. Once said the primes were the most lonesome of numbers. To that I say bollocks. 2, 3, 5, 7, 11, 13, 17, 19, 23, 31, and so on to eternity. There are enough digits here to start a fellowship. Don't know why it says that. So let's see, it says here that Construct 7 has 2 modes. Annihilation, I think it is, mode. It will use its normal damage abilities. It starts in this mode, and then there's computation mode. It will execute a mathematical equation, but will do nothing otherwise. See further down. Okay. Let's see, there's the abilities. There's Destroy, which is the tank buster. Accelerate places large AoE circles under some players. Marks one player with a stack marker. Pulverize circular AoE around Construct 7. Then 4 additional AoE circles beneath random players. That is followed by Compress, which is a line AoE from Construct 7 in a random direction later in the fight. This will be X-shaped linear AoEs. Then there's something called the Cogs, or the Construct's Cogs Begin to War. Places 6 circle AoEs, cogwheels like, later blue apparently. Construct 7 will charge the arena in a linear fashion. Places AoE circles under players, and finally places a meteor arena-wide AoE in the center of the arena. Okay. Then there's Litho Break, meteor AoE in the Construct Cogs Begin to War. Face. Damage going to proximity to center of the AoE. Okay, then there's Dispose, medium-sized cone-shaped AoE. Shortly after the break, Construct 7 will jump to the center of the arena and start using this ability, rotating clockwise or counterclockwise as it charges, which indicates the rotation Construct 7 will be doing during the execution. Be very wary of this ability, it is lethal. Further damage down will be inflicted on hit. It is suggested that players rush Construct 7 after Litho Break and stay at its back at all time during Dispose. While Construct 7 is glowing red, he rotates faster and fires off more attacks. Okay. Then it says here there's the computation mode. This is a minigame phase. Also, I just went AFK. Let's just undo that. This is a minigame phase. Player health is set to a single digit value. This is the base value for the mathematical operation. Stepping into one of the circles, 1, 2, 3, 4, will add the respective value to the health of the player. The player is asked to step into a circle so that the player health plus possibly the value of that circle can be divided by a given number. Sometimes stepping into such a circle is not required. If the player health already fulfills the equation, failure will apply 1 stack of accusation arrow. I didn't get to read all that. I'm gonna have to do that while we're watching some of this. Let's see. Okay. Success will apply 1 stack of computation boost. Construction will follow up with incinerate after this phase. Very important for healers to top off the rate as soon as the subtract debuff ends. Okay, so there's either divided by 4, divided by 5, divided by 3, or indivisible. So need to basically look out for that, and I guess we don't have time to really look at the past bosses mechanics. So I guess I hope that one isn't too much of a miss for me.
We will discover B.A. Gamden here within the lighthouse. I am certain of it. Did B.A. Gamden, the Duma, give life to that creature?
Okay, looks like we have several ninjas in the group.
Long has it been since I last gazed upon the open sky, and the vermin who scurry beneath her. Unto brine shall we return.
It's going to be interesting to see if I can actually figure out the different mechanics, because I'm kind of semi-forgetting them at this point.
Let the crashing waves cleanse you of your sins.
We seem to be doing fine, I'd say.
With this vessel shall your doom be met. O darkest of vessels, you are my sword, you are my rain. darkest of vessels.
I messed up that attack.
You are my bow. You are my ray.
Just those pillar things are really little
Always
stupid.
waters most foul spill forth to defile the land. In darkness will you know true fear.
I'm gonna assume that we probably need to kill this thing. Pretty sure we were supposed to stack up with people there.
Let the crashing waves cleanse you of your sins.
What direction? Just angle the camera a little bit so you can see better. And it would seem like we've lost a few people. Time call. There's the tank buster, I believe.
With this vessel shall your doom be met. O darkest of vessels, you are my sword, you are my reign.
Okay, let's avoid stacking this with too many people.
Let the crashing waves bear you into the abyss. The night beckons.
And I died. Damn it.
The seal on the gate is lifted. We can now venture further up the lighthouse.
Just gonna rest because I can just teleport there. Okay, can't do that after all.
This pattern, it is unmistakably, no, it cannot be.
Hoping that the rest of the
The city
basically
remains
wait.
functional after all these centuries. Let us access the transportation nodes.
Okay.
The city's defenses also seem operational. Destroy them, if you must.
Why is there seemingly a giant water pillar there? kill these. Go. Okay. Locks fell down.
The heat is almost unbearable. Could this be the heart of the lighthouse's beacon?
Okay.
Children of war, I am Belius. Come, warm your hands at my fire.
Gotta be honest, kind of getting what most of the mechanics for this one was.
Time waits for no one. You cannot withstand my rage.
Okay, so they will move there, and then move that way.
Bound by the march of time, forevermore.
I don't remember what the thing with this was.
Rise, loyal minions. Heed my call.
Right, these were the things that needs like dragged away from each other and killed before shit goes down, goes back. It basically needs to die before the mana bar reaches full.
Step into the inferno. Step into my hellfire. Are you not yet ash and bone? All hands point to death.
We missed that one up a little bit, I think. Okay, comes up. It's up. I guess I should not have touched that chain. I just noticed something. I have slow on me, so everything I do is now way fucking slower. over here-ish in case it does something. Okay, this one is 8 PM.
That your rat might eclipse mine. I've discovered another device.
I'm not so. That's a giant either. Right, crystal thing.
The architecture here is similar to that of the lighthouse, yet something feels off. The air is so thin. I believe you've succeeded in clearing another path.
We have a bunch of enemies.
Those golems. I believe I now know where we are.
So we need to take care of that group. Okay. Nice. Using just burst them down. Okay. And we're going to move on. Scrolling one of those things. How did you get here, Ramsa, for us?
The area's final line of defense is upon us. We must proceed with the utmost caution.
Okay. This is the one with like the whole math thing to look out for. Just gonna make sure that I have that bit of information up on screen.
Warning. Warning. Entry prohibited. Intruder alert. Readying variable weapon systems.
Okay, I think I got hit by Polarize there. Guess that was the close proximity attack.
Initiating subject dismissal. Intruder alert. Readying variable weapon systems.
Okay, that's the thing where it starts rotating basically. Incinerate. That's just normal as AoE.
Anomalous intelligence levels detected. Re-education authorized. Booting basic computation protocol. Basic computation protocol loaded. Initiating lesson. Command. Align current vitals with specified multiples. Calibrate vitals to multiples of 5.
Multiples of 5. That should work, I think. Yep.
Calibrate vitals to multiples of 3. Inaccuracy will be punished. Re-education failed. Subject dismissal approved. Booting Tartarian protocol. Tartarian protocol loaded. Initiating processing sequence countdown. Initiating processing sequence in 25, 24, 23. System error. Initiating processing sequence in 3, 2, 1. Processing sequence initiated.
What? Okay, this is the part that I wasn't able to read. Just gonna assume we need to kill this thing as fast as we possibly can. So I guess just run back in. Yep, that throws us out here.
Subject dismissal failed. Subject termination approved. Booting annihilation mode. Warning. Warning. Research staff, evacuate to shelters immediately.
Okay, move away from people.
Intruder alert. Readying variable weapon systems.
Polarize was the one that was like damage, just planes that I seems to be killing AoEs after me.
Anomalous intelligence levels detected. Re-education authorized. Booting basic computation protocol. Increasing difficulty. specified multiples.
So that is...
Calibrate vitals to primes.
Okay, 5. 5 is a prime. I don't need to do that.
Calibrate vitals to multiples of 5.
It's a 5, I think. One that I'm currently headshot for. Yep.
Inaccuracy will be punished.
Okay, a bunch of people just died in my group.
Initiating subject dismissal.
And I die from that.
Intruder alert. Readying variable weapon systems.
Someone just wrote in the like alliance chat, truly the worst boss.
Overheat alert.
Mats.
Overheat alert. Charging cooling units. System damage, 95%.
Oh,
Entering safe mode. Systems
up.
offline.
okay.
There is no
Okay.
mistaking it. We are in the legendary clockwork city of Gaub.
I have no idea what I'm supposed to be looking out for the last boss. I don't think I have time to basically look at it like thoroughly, so I guess we're just gonna go in like completely blind. This one.
Long have I waited for this moment, Garlean swine. Come! The blood of my fallen brothers feeds my hate!
Gonna transform even more. Seems like it. Oh! Yay, that's a giant mechanical dragon of sorts. So apparently for this,
It's a cancer! And I have the barber's blade!
apparently for this one, you're supposed to, I guess, stand on some floor that makes that you don't levitate. At least that's according to what people say in the Alliance chat.
Escape this! suffering is not yet over.
Okay, something magnetic stuff. They basically just need to stand on the right side, I guess. Since I'm charged with the negative magnetism, I need to stand on the positive side. So otherwise you apparently get like launched off the arena. Yes.
Your suffering is not yet over. Escape this! Your pain is my pleasure.
So that I'm guessing these things need to die. Oh.
Your suffering is not yet over.
Okay, I'm standing on the right side. Good.
Armageddon shall deliver the king's justice. Feel the wrath of my brothers.
And definitely that all of my like tanks are not being done correctly in terms of proper order and such.
You will pay for what you have done with blood.
So assuming we need to kill these things as fast as possible. Okay, stack up.
I want to remember this. This is far from finished, Guardians. Rush a knife through butter.
And make sure to not stand in the wrong spot during this.
Your suffering is not yet over. I'll tell you, live from live! You will not have mercy!
Okay, magnetism again.
Rush a knife through butter! My words, give me strength!
I think it would have been blown up if I had been hit by turbulence. Those attacks. if I was on the wrong side.
Like a knife through butter!
There we go. Didn't stop, make it pop.
You may have escaped me in this life, but I shall be waiting in the next.
Honestly, not a bad fight. Bit hectic at times, but still. Burrito Rana Lighthouse complete. Nice. Alright, get some of the gear. And just one thing left that needs to be muted. And a cutscene.
Mother's necklace. But what is it doing here? Unless...
It's a necklace their leader had. What? Okay. What happened there?
Alma, are you there?
I'm here, Ramza.
Extraordinary. The stones are different, but the craftsmanship is identical. However, did it come to be in B.A. Gamnon's possession?
Though they are indeed of a different shape, the stones appear to be cut from the same crystal.
Oh, they are. Orosite. Orosite? And what makes you say that? Can't you feel it? You can feel it, can't you, Hurdy? Do you recall me telling you that B.A. Gamnon considered the necklace special? It was special because it was entrusted to him by Prince Rassler. He was to return it to Princess Ashalaya upon delivering Her Highness from Nalbina Fortress.
A family keepsake.
Of course. And each necklace, each Orosite, has acted as a lodestone, drawing both of our parties closer and closer to Ivalis. Indeed, Father. The Orosite guides us.
Ramza. Are you recovered?
Thank you, sister. I am well now.
From what we know of the Duma and the Odious, vestiges of one's will may endure in an Orosite. Could it be, then, that the desire of the former owner, or creator, of these necklaces was simply to return to Ivolus?
Eldraba, yes.
But who could that have been?
Ramza Beowulf. He wanted people to return to his homeland and uncover the truth behind the kingdom's founding. But then why show us Lysalaya and Gaug, you ask? Simple. We are being tested. The Orosite is measuring our worth, seeing if we are deserving of that truth.
You say these things as if you knew them. But how could you? Nothing we have uncovered suggests anything of the kind.
I know you have your doubts, but I can assure you they are misplaced. For now, I must ask you to trust me, Lady Murla.
Lady Murla? Since when did you? Ramza, are you feeling quite yourself?
Has his mind been like fused or something with like the original Ramza? Something like that.
Of course I am, sister dearest. I have never felt better.
Seems different.
I sense a disturbance in the ether. Father, these necklaces are gifts. Gifts from the old gods who once watched over the Ivalicians. It is proof we have their blessing. With the necklaces and the Odious, we can finally prove. Thank you, Shauna. I know not what came over me.
Something is going on with him.
Ramza, you must rest.
Leave me be, Alma. Did I not tell you I'll be fine?
I just wrote something in the SC chat about something going for 200,000. What is that thing? God, there's a lot of shit I need to scroll through here. This thing? Oh, it's because one of the people apparently got a Shinyu's scale. Apparently they sell for like 220,000. That's not bad. Okay.
Another adventure under our belts, Shauna. I'd best put pen to page before the details fade. Lysalaya, and now Gauk. One would think our discoveries more than sufficient to prove the Lexental's claims, at least with regard to Ivolus' existence. But something tells me that until Genemies has proof that his ancestors were not the heretics the Church painted them to be, he will not rest. And then there is the curious case of Ramza. At Alma's throat one moment, all sister dearest the next. He was like a different person when he came to yet I seem to be alone in wondering exactly what happened to him back at the lighthouse. If you ask this lady, he must have taken quite some bump to the head when he fell. Then again, it didn't take him long to turn back into his spiteful little self, so, all's well that ends well.
Okay. Get that equestrian roll. And let's see here. How many quests do we have left now? We have currently 3 quests. Well, we're done with basically the I don't know what to call it. The raids. And then we have like 3 quests that are given by the company Bell. Apparently. Let's just continue, I guess. The path of most resistance.
Greetings and salutations, Shauna. I suppose you are wondering whether or not the good Genovese has finally determined where in the world our next adventure is to take us. The good news is, he has. The bad news, however. Now, while it is not in my nature to be sensationalist, sensationalism is in my job description, so please bear with me when I tell you not all is right aboard the airship Lexental. Something about Alma has me deeply worried. I would not trust this information in the hands of my publisher, let alone some sullen gate guard. Shall we continue our conversation on the Prima Vista away from inquisitive ears?
Sure. Also, I'm curious, did I learn some new attacks? Hollow no Suchi is now available. Which is, I guess, just a attack that magically happens towards all enemies inside of my Doton, which is something that happens when I use my let's see. Inside they use Katon, Gogokyo, Mekakyo, Phantom, Kamaitachi, or Hage Mujin Satsu as part of the combo. And that basically just deals 50 extra potency towards all those enemies. It's basically just a little bit more AoE damage, I guess. Let's see, in 2 levels I'll get Hans Meisui, Makes Baba Kagura, have 100 extra potency if I use Meisui first. Actually, no, it's not even 100, it's 150? Huh. And there's right up there. Also, I have... Oh, that's not that one. It's this one that has Spirit Bond. Onto the airship then.
Shall I
The question is, then, where exactly did Ramza and his fellowship journey next? Shauna. To what do we owe this unexpected visit? I had not planned on summoning you for another several turns of the sun. I apologize if we have caused you any worry. I suppose one cannot allow a reporter in their midst and not expect her to report what she sees, though I did expect a tad more discretion from Miss Murla. Alma has, as of late, been experiencing difficulties with her health. Chirurgeons have been called upon to discern what exactly it is that ails her, but as far as they can tell, there is nothing physically wrong with my sister. The consensus is the rigors of an extended stay in a foreign land have taken their toll on her fragile heart.
Shauna, when did you?
Alma.
I'm fine, brother.
It is obvious you are not. You must return to your chambers and rest.
Forgive me. Perhaps we shall speak again once I regain my strength. Until then, please, look after my father.
Now then, where were we? Ah, yes. The matter of our next expedition. As we discovered during our most recent foray into the Ester Sands, the Dalmascan capital of Rabanastra appears to lie upon the ruins of what can only be the royal city of Lysalia, ancient capital of the lost kingdom of Ivalis. Shortly after, we stumbled across remnants of the legendary clockwork city of Gaub cleverly repurposed into a lighthouse overlooking the Ridorana cataract, remnants which now sit suspended above the fathomless chasm. Lysalia, Gaub. What have they in common, you ask? I shall tell you, they both appear in my ancestors' account of the rise of Ivalis, the Duri papers. And with each new discovery, this forbidden chronicle is now proving Ivalician legend to be more fact than fairy tale. There is no denying the proof, and it is but a matter of time before scholars and historians from across the realm come to the same conclusions. But as you all are aware, my aim has never been to simply prove the existence of Ivalis. No, I shall not rest till I have revealed the truth of young Ramses' role in King Delita's ascension, and cleared my ancestor Oranduri of the false accusations made against him by the Church.
Then what are we waiting for?
I have a possible destination in mind. Arriving there safely, however, is another matter. To that end, I have enlisted the aid of our company's newest members.
The lizard guys, perhaps?
Despite my pleas to do otherwise. Who knows what trouble those two will see us into?
Is it the movements?
Though, I must admit, both Mont Blanc and his brother have proven more useful than I would ever have dared to imagine. When it comes to usefulness, I am first in the field, or was it furriest in the field? Would you like to feel my fur, Kyopo? And you wonder why Ramza despises you so, brother? They do all the work, and all you do is jest, Kyopo. Ah, but you are mistaken, Herdy. I bear neither you nor your brother any ill will. Any further ill will, that is. If anything, I owe you my thanks for your recent contributions.
His thanks? Are you hearing what I'm hearing? What happened to the venom-spitting adder we all used to know and hate? Alma certainly seems pleased with the change, but forgive me for not buying into this all too convenient transformation.
Simply showing the world that Ivolus actually existed will not validate the claims chronicled in the Dury papers.
Guessing we're probably gonna get an explanation as to why his personality has slightly changed.
That is correct, Father. The key lies with Ramzabiulv. If we can find evidence of his hidden role in history, it will prove Oren's testimony true and safeguard our family name from ridicule. Which is why I turned the focus of my research to Delitus' forgotten companion and his actions during the War of the Lions. It was only then I discovered something most intriguing, an underlying struggle with an unknown force, a force with the power to bring about calamitous ruin. Oricide? The twisted abominations we encountered in both Lysalia and Gaug, the Lucavi, they are born of these unholy crystals. While nobles of the north and south squabbled over Ivolus' crown, Ramses silently sought to rid the world of a darker evil, evil manifest from the deepest desires of men and women whose minds had fallen prey to the Oricide. And with each confrontation did Ramses' fellowship grow smaller. Countless companions lost to a cause that would go unwritten, yet was far more important than any clash of armies. And so did they endure, until reaching their final destination, the Orbane Monastery.
Oh, I know this one. The Orbane Monastery is where Princess Ovalia was raised. There is a scene about it in the Zodiac Brave story. After Dalida emerged victorious in his final campaign, he married the princess to legitimize his claim to the throne of Ivolus.
Ah, I see someone has been paying attention.
But I don't understand. Why would Ramses' crusade against the Lucavi take him back there?
According to the Dury papers, the sinister being who engendered the Oricide was said to have slumbered beneath the monastery.
But who, or what would have the means to create something so powerful?
Ultima, the High Seraph.
What?
A seraph? What's a seraph?
I'm also curious about that, but Ultima, that's like... That was the attack that the ultimate weapon used, I believe.
Seraphs are believed by some to be servants of the gods, divine beings whose only purpose is to carry out the will of their immortal masters. As to whether or not Ultima can claim this title, however, I cannot say. Just as there were those who chose to worship Ultima and her otherworldly might, there were equally as many who feared the visitor and her deadly magics, oft referring to her as the Angel of Blood for the carnage left in her wake.
Interesting. What if the spell Shauna claims to have experienced in the Praetorium, coincidentally also called Ultima, was, in fact, an Allagan interpretation of the very magics introduced to Haida Ellen by the High Seraph?
Okay, they do actually mention that.
But that would mean... What would that mean? I have spoken with several colleagues back in Charlion regarding their opinions on the ancient incantation, and while they yet have little to show for their research, they all agree on one thing: the manner in which Ultima ethereally manifests should not be possible, at least on Haida Ellen. So it would naturally make sense if we discovered that the Allagans learned the spell from a being not of this dimensional plane. As to exactly how they convinced the being to impart that knowledge unto them. Not of this plane? What manner of creature are we talking about here?
Likely one similar to Omega. How long have you been listening from the shadows, my friend? Long enough. I am here to deliver the item Mikado requested.
CID. There was no need for you to deliver it personally. A Mughal would have sufficed.
A Mughal? And trust that he won't tear open the package and show it to some random adventurer? No, this was far too important.
If you two do not mind, the principal was about to tell us how to find the Orbane Monastery.
Would that I could.
You don't know? Then what have we been doing here?
At ease, Lady Murla. The Dury papers speak of a cataract situated on the river Zirchali, several leagues southeast of Rabanastra. There supposedly lies the monastery. Zirchili is not a name you will find on any modern Dalmascan map. Rivers, however, especially ones as large as the Zirchili is established to be, are rare in a nation more than half claimed by the sand. The river we seek can only be that which bisects Galmari on the Naxian border. And for that invaluable information, we owe thanks to our brothers Mughal. Their travels have made them veritable authorities on Dalmascan geography.
Wait, but earlier you claimed you didn't know the monastery's whereabouts. I'm confused.
Its location is not what concerns me. But perhaps the Mughals themselves should explain. Why, certainly. That verdant valley of vines and vipers to where we must voyage next is home to the Vieira, and therein lies our little problem. The one thing the Vieira do not suffer is trespassers, not even lovable Mughals, Kyupo.
Okay, I guess we get introductions to the Vieira.
Our glamours kept us hidden long enough to see the jungle was teeming with ruins much like those we've discovered in Lisalaya and Gauk, but the Vieira trackers eventually found us and took us before their elders. We barely escaped with our palms, Kyupo.
So that is why we are still here talking instead of bound for the border.
There are Vieira who have spurned the strict code of their tribes, abandoning their people to come and live in the cities of Dalmasca. Finding and recruiting one to our cause might provide us with insight into how to reach the Orbanay Monastery ruins. Unfortunately, the nation's current turmoil has not made it easy to accomplish this task. We still require more time. Before boarding the shuttle here I was stopped by a Banga on the docks. He asked me if I knew Ashana Majula and bid I deliver her a message. I told him he was welcome to accompany me to the Prima Vista so that he might deliver that message himself, but the man refused. Mikato. I saw this device crafted to your exact specifications, but cannot guarantee that it will function as intended, seeing as I had nary a subject to test it on.
Of course, Master CID. If any trouble is met, then most likely it is my design that is to blame.
What is that?
Your confidence in my craftsmanship is flattering, but you sell yourself too short, my dear. Here's to your success. Good day.
Okay, photo.
I sense that you are interested in the package CID delivered. I have every intention to apprise you of its contents, but first I believe we should speak of Alma's condition. Do you not find her illness all too timely? Genemies and Ramza would like to believe that her bouts of vertigo are not but a result of a mind fatigued, but the answer is clear: it is the orosite that plagues her. Alma recently confided in me that she would hear her father speaking with the Odious, well before even his first foray into Rabanastra. However, I do not think this entirely true. Which is not to imply that Alma is trying to deceive us. Rather, I think she saw something that led her to believe her father was conversing with the orosite. Moreover, I suspect it was the orosite itself that granted her this vision. You recall my hypothesis on distinct frequency NRR-type harmonic vibrations and their tendency to promote ethereal amplification? Or when I mentioned that despite being in the principal's possession for an extended period, the Odious exhibited none of the imprinting present in the Duma? No? The Odious has never resonated with Genemies. It has always been his wife's pendant and its orosite shard, the Virgo, that fueled his passion for Ivalis. No, the Odious is bound to Alma's deepest desires, whatever those may be. The only reasons I can fathom that Alma has not fallen victim to the Orosite's grasp is that her desires are not as strong as those we have witnessed in Argath or Ba Gamnon. That and the ethereal interference caused by other nearby shards. I have explained all of this to Alma and recommended that she destroy the necklace, yet not only did she refuse, but she begged me to keep this revelation from her father. And so I did the only thing I could. I devised a means with which I might impede, or at least lessen, the effects of the odious. This device, while still incomplete, will amplify the NRR wavelengths emitted by the Virgo. This should work to interfere with those emitted by the odious, thereby shielding Alma from the brunt of their effect.
The city below is all abuzz with word of a Banga brigand loitering about the airship landing. Do you think it could be someone we know, Kyopo?
Okay. So we need to exit this shuttle and go and see who that is. Ah. Foggy.
Apologies, Shauna, but I needed to speak with you, and you alone. Oh, don't mind me, Kyopo. I'll just be floating over here in perfect earshot. Why you? What makes you think I won't lay you low, right here, right now? Because we're here to offer you a proposition, that's what. We need information on the Galmari jungle, and thought a man as well traveled as you might be persuaded to provide some. Galmari. You of all creatures should know that is Viera land. What are you offering, then? Why, the opportunity to tell us what you know. Genomese believes our next adventure lies beneath the jungle canopy, Kyopo. I should have expected as much. Very well. Shauna, I came to ask if you would meet someone. Now it seems that someone may be able to assist Genomese, as well. Seeing as you and the principal did right by us before, I do not see a reason why I cannot take both of you.
Okay.
Let me know when you are ready to depart for Rabanastra. We will travel in our airship. The Prima Vista would draw too much unwanted attention.
Okay.
Back to a life of brigandry in the clouds, are we? Of course not. Not that it didn't cross our minds. But when faced with the decision of what to do next, we needed simply to remember the dying words of our leader. Gijuk, Renok, and I decided to re-enlist as Dalmascan Fusiliers. And the occupying Garleans actually said yes, Kyopo. Not, exactly. We're now with the resistance. You no doubt heard of the uprising in Dalmasca that followed the Doman liberation, and how it was crushed under the iron heel of the IVTH Legion. The resistance leaders were captured, tortured, and publicly executed. Yet, much to the Empire's chagrin, the gruesome display only served to further rally the survivors. Remove one head, and two grow back in its place. Remove two, and then there are four. A person can die, but an ideal will live on. Now there exist several factions throughout Dalmasca. We belong to one known as Lentes Tears. And when we told our commanding officer of our recent crossing with you and yours, she simply insisted that we introduce you. Me. But I wasn't even supposed to be here, Kyopo. Not you, hairball. Her. Meet with the general and hear her proposal, Shauna. If you are not interested, we shall return you to Kyogane unharmed. You have our... Co-Earl got your tongue? Rabanastra dead ahead, lads.
Okay. Okay, and we arrive back in Rabanister.
This way. We've many malms to cover before nightfall.
Oh? At a Viera?
I've done as asked. I bring you the Liberator.
Looks like
And
one.
here I thought
Yep.
she'd be taller.
I think that's the first Viera
I
you
knew
see
it.
in game.
A Viera.
First one you see, I think, before Storm or before Shadowbringers, I guess.
I am Fran, proud daughter of Dalmasca and General of Lente's Tears. And yes, Muggle. I am a Viera. Are you surprised? Why yes, in fact, I am. Her kind are all supposed to be living amongst the trees, having shunned contact with the outer world, Kyopo. There are supposedly a few who have left their homes, but I most certainly did not expect to see one here in the sewer. Indeed. This Banga claims you seek Orbane. Does he speak true? Those ruins lie deep within the Galmari jungle, a place most sacred to my sisters. They would take great offense were you to defile it with your presence. What is more, Weijai tells me you travel with Garleans, openly aiding those who would see our nation burn. How can we place our trust in one who would do such?
Jeremy's and his family defected long ago. They're not your enemy. My blood or my blade has tasted the blood of too many guardians. Count. They defected. Let's just go with that one.
A Garlean is a Garlean. Their pathetic attempt at absolution only proves their past guilt. You misunderstand. Kind Genemies does not approve of the Emperor's warmongering. He wants to help Dalmasca and its impoverished masses, Kyopo. And what would a Muggle know about my people? Does your blood run Dalmascan red? We could cut you open and find out. General, there is no need for threats. You are right, Weijai. Let us then parley. Par. Lay. Parley. First, the resistance requires men and women from the Eorzean and Eastern alliances to join us in ridding Dalmasca of its imperial invaders. Your past deeds have made you well known to the leaders of both. They will listen to you, or if not, they will listen to these scions to which you claim allegiance. Second, the resistance requires gold to strengthen our forces from within. Your allies are in bed with the East Aldnard Trading Company, which continues its dealings with Garlemald even as you raise your sword against them, profiting from the Empire's rampant aggression. As targets of that aggression, I believe my people are entitled to a portion of those profits. Grant me these simple things, and I shall personally guide you safely to the ruins of Orbane. And what of the Lexentals? See me to victory, and I'll take the Emperor himself. Those are my conditions. What say you?
Promise me first my companions will see no harm. I will deliver your request to the Scions, but I can promise no more. Let's go with that one.
I will promise you nothing. But if it helps you sleep, know that I have never cut down a man who did not take up arms against me and mine, be he Garlean or Eorzean. I'd say we have our work cut out for us, Kyopo. Weijai. You and the Fusiliers are to accompany the Liberator. I expect a detailed report on how my demands are received. Yes, General. Not that I expect them to be taken seriously. You are a fool to trust them, Princess.
But
What an adventure, Kyopo. Just think, by tomorrow, we could all be the newest members of the Dalmascan resistance. Not that I'm ready to give up my place on the Prima Vista just yet.
welcome to their jungle.
Hurry, hurry. If I don't tell someone of our adventure quick, I'll positively burst, Kyopo.
Okay.
Do you seek
Let's go to the tiring room and talk with Rams, I believe it was. Yep.
This woman asks much of us. The Viera have ever been wary of outsiders. For centuries their many tribes have remained hidden in the jungles, content with their self-imposed solitude. Each tribe has its own strict code and will meet swift punishment to any who would defy these laws. As such, many a Viera will spend her entire life bound to the territory of her ancestors, both unwilling and unable to venture beyond its borders. And while the tribes are wholly independent, they have agreed to uphold a single standard: shun all contact with the outside world unless it is to protect the jungle. That said, with every generation there are those Viera who long for a life beyond the verdant sea of trees and abandon their tribes to start a new life in the kingdom cities. My guess is that this Fran is one such individual, who also happens to be the only individual we know who can guide us to the monastery, Kyopo.
It seems Shauna's sword arm won't be enough to see us through this predicament. She'll need to don the right mantle of a diplomat if we're to convince the Alliances and the East Aldnard Trading Company to grant us aid. What could go wrong?
Yes, I know you said not to call unless it was urgent, but this is urgent. All right, not exactly, but my superiors have come to a decision on your request, and I thought you might want to hear what they had to say. Oh, and let me preempt any request for immediate disclosure with a reminder that the information is much too sensitive to discuss over Link Pearl. Meet me at the Ruby Bazaar post-haste and I shall duly apprise you of their judgment.
Okay.
Well then, Shauna. What are we waiting for?
speaking with Lena.
I've read about how you united the whole of Eorzea under a single standard and convinced the Holy See to end a 1,000-year conflict. Compared to that, asking for a few soldiers and a coffer or 3 of gil should be a piece of roll and berry cake. I suppose we should inform Weijai down at Kyogana Landing of our progress. You mentioned he was to keep an eye on us.
Okay, there's quests here. Oh, it's those. Those are the, basically the 3 quests that I can do. There's basically making bacon bread. Then there is something called Walk on By, which is apparently follow-up, and then there's also a quest called In Bad Taste, which I can only do after the last quest of the actual main stuff. And that one will apparently also give me a achievement, which will also give me a title. Because we can do that afterwards. So, yeah, not gonna do this right now. Let's go like, what? Some cluster things here. Which will allow me to get some material, which I can then just use to get some, yeah, material that I can sell. Really on the market board, I'm guessing.
So you've an answer from East Aldnard already? Impressive. It would seem the Lady Fran has underestimated your influence amongst the Realms players. I assume you have no objections to me joining you then.
Okay, let's go to the Ruby Bazaar.
Hancock awaits us in the bazaar. Shall we, Shauna?
Sure.
A lovely lady N.A., Bangat. And here I was expecting you would be alone, Shauna. But excuse my manners. I am Hancock, representative of the East Aldnard Trading Company assigned to oversee her assets here in Kyogana. It is a pleasure to meet you.
And I am Yujiri. We apologize for making you come all this way. Not that it is far from the landing to, ahem. Weijai, was it? I serve Lord Hein, rightful ruler of Doma. I have come bearing our nation's reply to your entreaty. And I am Tater Itaru of the Science of the Seventh Dawn. I'm only here seeing as no one else could be bothered. Well, that and to bear a message from the leaders of the Eorzean Alliance.
Thank you both for coming. I am Weijai, formerly of the Dalmascan Royal Fusiliers. I now claim allegiance to Lentes Tiers, a resistance group seeking to accomplish what you have in Doma and Alamigo. What tidings have you brought us? Allow me to begin then. While the East Aldnard Trading Company sympathizes with your plight, we are not in a position to grant you the funding you seek. As you are aware, the East Aldnard Trading Company prides itself in its neutrality, be it in matters political or personal. And what of our relationship with the Eorzean Alliance? Ah, yes. What I meant to say was, here in Hingashi, the East Aldnard Trading Company prides itself in its neutrality, be it in matters political and, er. You must understand our position. Simply supplying coin to any one group would make it appear that we somehow favor that group over another. Seeing as we conduct business openly and fairly with everyone, doing such would be sending the wrong message, and ultimately harm profits. Yes.
And by selling to both sides, you maximize profits while good men and women perish. How convenient.
We are a business, milady. We do what we must to survive. That does not mean, however, we are blind to the needs of our customers or our allies, which is why we support the Eorzean Alliance and their noble efforts to safeguard their realm's freedom through a mutually beneficial arrangement. If it were my choice, I would provide your little resistance with all the funding it needs, but as my good friend, Shauna, knows all too well, it is not my choice.
Well, now that Hancock's thoroughly lowered your spirits, you won't be as crestfallen when I inform you the Eorzean Alliance will also be unable to provide any assistance.
And let me guess, you did everything in your power to try and convince the leaders of each city-state, only to watch as they politely declined our proposal, claiming an unfortunate lack of intelligence or resources.
Wait, how did you? Lord Hine sends his greetings to you and yours. Having recently found strength through a newly formed alliance with our neighboring nations, Doma is open to further welcoming like-minded organizations. This includes our Dalmascan brothers and sisters still suffering under the imperial yoke. However, word has it that the latest attempt at reclaiming your kingdom ended in failure, resulting in the loss of countless lives, including many of the Resistance's leaders.
You are not mistaken. Our army is not what it once was. Those remaining have been forced to take refuge deep beneath the streets of Urbanistra.
The IVTH Legion has already defeated you once. Lacking unity and leadership, the current resistance will not survive another tilt against the Empire's disciplined ranks. If Doma is to join hands with Dalmasca as an ally, you must first prove to us that you will stand as one.
Doma as a full-fledged ally would serve far better to strengthening our cause than a few temporary soldiers.
Yet even if we were able to wrest Dalmasca from the Empire's grasp, without unity amongst your people, the resulting chaos could prove even more perilous to the kingdom.
You understand much of our situation. And based on that understanding, you would refuse your aid to Lente's Tears, am I correct?
Do not mistake me. Lord Hine's refusal is but a message to help you plan your next step.
You have a wise master. He understands that without proper planning, driving one enemy from your midst simply creates room for the next. Lady Fran will no doubt be pleased to hear that your response was exactly what she expected.
Oh.
You knew this whole time that your demands would be rejected, yet still you let this farce play out?
You have my apologies, but this was all necessary to prove an important point to our leader. Lady Fran needed to show the princess just exactly what she was getting herself into, and your honesty today will serve us better than any hollow promise. Thank you.
Wait. What about the Galmari jungle? Can you believe this? We're right back to where we started. Principal Genemies will not be pleased.
Okay. So return to the Prima Vista.
Do you seek passage to the prime?
I cannot bear it any longer. If I do not see her soon, my heart will shatter into 1,000 pieces. My lines, of course. I come here to practice them, obviously. Now, if you don't mind, some privacy, milady.
Do you seek?
Okay.
If it is as you say, it is most unfortunate. But, I suppose we did everything in our power, and that is all one could ask. I still do not understand. Why would Lady Fran send Shauna on this wild pace chase if she knew from the start it would be for naught?
Wei Jai mentioned something about Fran proving a point to their leader, whomever that may be.
People in positions of power can prove both naive and stubborn creatures. Simply telling a leader she is wrong may not convince her of the fact. Seeing one's own plan fail, however, is oft the best medicine.
Naive and stubborn? Then the resistance is doomed.
If a person as imposing as Fran is taking orders from her, then chances are this leader is even worse, Kyopo. I would not be so certain, Mont Blanc. My guess is that the individual in question is still quite young and inexperienced, and that Lady Fran is trying to teach her to be an effective leader through example. By allowing her to make her own mistakes, Fran is granting her the ability to learn and grow from them, an experience that will ultimately benefit her when the time comes to make some truly difficult decisions. Now, I seem to recall reading that one of the many faces of the resistance before the recent quelling was a young girl of royal blood. Do you suppose? You may cease with your baseless presumptions, defector. The door was open. And you would be? I would be here on orders from the leader of Lente's Tears. Against my better judgment, mind you. Greetings. Lady Fran, I presume. I am Genemies Sen Lexental, principal of the Majestic Theater Company. You and your colleagues are most welcome on the Prima Vista. What is it your leader would have of us? While you failed in meeting even a single of our demands, she recognizes that you were sincere in your attempts to see them fulfilled, and for that effort, you are to be compensated. That is most generous.
So I'm guessing she's gonna help us get to the ruins.
The ruins which you seek are hidden behind a waterfall here, a point roughly equidistant from the river's source and its delta. You have our thanks, Lady Fran. We will not forget this kindness. Father, I shall plot a course immediately.
Ramza. What is going on here?
Alma. You should be in bed.
I've slept enough, brother. Tell me, who are our guests?
It appears you once again prepare a leap into danger's maw. Keep your wits about you, Shauna. Lady Fran is strong, but then again, so was B.A. Gamnon. If you'll excuse me. Are you mad? A trip to the surface in your condition?
Listen to me, brother. The High Seraph beckons. She speaks to me through the odious.
The what?
There is no need to worry. Mikoto and I have already devised a plan. I can help clear our family name.
The Charlatan has no say in this. I am your father and I insist you remain here on the airship. What would your mother say if I allowed aught to befall you?
Mother? That is what this is all about, isn't it? What it has always been about. You care not about Ivolus or the Oron name. No, you only seek to use the Orosite to bring Mother back. But you haven't been able to do that. You still do not understand how exactly it is that the shards translate one's desires into reality. That is where I can help. I can ask the High Seraph. It is she who created the Orosite. Ultima has bid me come to her place of imprisonment. If we free her, she will reveal unto us the secrets of her creations.
Do you hear what you are saying, Alma? Even if there was the slightest chance of bringing Mother back, we cannot risk your life in doing so. Your brother is right. We have sacrificed too much already. I cannot bear the thought of losing you. Either of you.
It is too late.
That's bad.
I'm so lonely, Father. Why must you love Ramza more than you do me?
Do not be cozened by your daughter's words, for they are not her own. Help me, Rams.
Alma. No. No. God's forfend. I told you. No one can control the power within those shards. No one.
Shauna. Here, take this. It might be the only thing that can save Alma, but we must hurry to the monastery.
Come. We leave for the Galmari jungle, now.
Okay. Okay, speak with Ramza.
Have I your permission to depart, Shauna? Every moment we tarry here, my sister, she.
Of course.
Then hold on. I've set engines to full speed.
Perhaps going to get attacked by Viera. Or what?
Welcome to the land of my people. 'Twould be a poor lie if I said I did not miss it some.
I'm actually kind of confused. Why is the text speech using the male/neutral voice for Fran? like at this point in the game, there's only female Vieras. At least only as like characters that appear. It wasn't until Endwalker that male Vieras were introduced.
Alma.
Ramza. Help me.
Alma. Begone.
Alma. Ramza.
Blood of the invokers. Fulfill the ancient covenant, and grant unto me the vessel promised.
Oh.
What
He just got joined. He just got joined. Okay.
Wajai, to me. The girl is not well. Might I suggest we continue this back at the Prima Vista, Kyopo? Have you the courage to face true evil?
What?
What are you gawping at? The ship is this way, Kyopo.
What? Who was that? Why was there just some sort of like blue ghost-esque person there? Okay, let's speak with the father.
Now Ramza is gone? Oh, dearest Tia, what have I done? What have I done?
Okay, the next quest is the City of Lost Angels. We get Alma's theme and staff credits. Huh. And I do believe that this is the technically last quest in the series. Or not? Oh wait, I basically was looking at the like the quest in terms of like just general information, and it said that, oh, there's the next quest called Hail to the Queen, which I was like, wait, what is that? Turns out that's something with the Resistance weapon questline, which is something for level 80 in the Shadowbringers. You basically need to have completed this entire questline in order to start that stuff. I don't know why, I'm guessing it's because it's related somehow to that. And you also need to have done the Shadowbringers quest, which is basically the main scenario for Shadowbringers last quest, and then there's of course the patch stuff, but okay, so I am kind of thinking of maybe taking a small little break, and then we'll basically just continue with the quest line. So let's that. And let's see here. I need to find that program they usually used for like the counters. Let's see. Thinking. Maybe at this time. That seems fine. Thinking at around 4:50 Danish time. We'll basically just return here, so that's in around 21 minutes ish. Let's switch over to this scene. Yeah, basically in around 20-ish minutes, I'm thinking we'll just come back here, because then I'll have had some time to basically get some water, cool down a little bit, because Jesus Christ, my room gets warm right now, due to it just being like way warmer here during the spring period, and also just the fact that I have like a completely closed off room that's like not really getting rid of any heat. So yeah, it gets a bit warm. So yeah, I'm thinking I'll just be back here in like 20-ish minutes. So see you guys in a bit. Okay, I am back. So, just turn off this program and let's see. Oh, let's do that. Alright, so the City of Lost Angels.
We need to do something, but what recourse is left to us? The only means we had of protecting ourselves could not even prevent my son from...
Cutscene?
I am sorry, Genemies. My design was flawed.
Not necessarily, Charlene. We all saw how it succeeded in drawing Alma back from the rift and shattering the Otius. The loss of the boy is not yours to bear. Our focus here should not be on our failures, but what we have learned from them. The being beyond the rift, it spoke before claiming Ramza. It referred to you as the blood of its invokers. Could it be your ancestors are responsible for Ultima's summoning? Most certainly not. I have discovered no such inference anywhere in the Duri papers. Besides, tales of the High Seraph existed far before even the earliest of Ivalition legends. Then who exactly did summon Ultima, and why does she think them your kin?
Look.
I have a bad feeling about this, Kyupo.
Oh, Echo!
Ramza, dead. You lie about as well as you carry yourself in battle, Orin. I did not say he was dead, my lord Delita, merely that he had abandoned his mortal vessel, entrusting his ethereal soul to the Oracite. But why would he do such a thing? Peace has finally come to Ivalice. There is naught to be had from further sacrifice. The kingdom is won, and this victory is as much his as it is mine. He risked life and limb to shield me from the dark that would have seen me perish. Without him, I would not be standing here before you. It is my duty as both king and colleague to see him saved. Knights, to me. We ride for Orbane. My lord. Wait. Ajora Glabados, first of the Zodiac Braves, was not the hero the church would have you believe. He betrayed Mother Hydaelyn for the promise of coin and power, summoning forth a terrible evil from the depths of the celestial abyss. It was believed only one of the land's chosen, only a warrior of light might stand against this threat. Yet while victorious in battle, Ramza was unable to see the darkness vanquished. If failure was all that awaited our warrior of light, then what chance do you presume any other might stand? Are you saying I should do nothing, then?
No, my lord. Ramza is. My brother's final wish before he surrendered to the ether was that his name be struck from the annals of history.
Okay.
Alma, you're unheard. But I was led to believe none but Orin returned from Orbane. What is this you speak of your brother's wishes? When it became apparent that we were powerless to truly defeat the High Seraph, we chose the only path left to us, to do what Hydaelyn herself did countless centuries past, imprison Ultima. And as you are aware, my lord, a prison is only as strong as the seal on its gates.
Ramses sacrificed his body to ensure that the Angel of Blood would never again walk the land, and he believed that if people knew of this sacrifice, it would only inspire them to seek out the holy stones and repeat the mistakes of those come before. If you truly avouch yourself his friend, then you will honor this, his final plea.
No. Ramses should not be forgotten. He should be raised up as a hero for his deeds and claim his rightful place at my side. Only he might be my knight gallant. He is gone, my lord.
Before Ramza was your friend, before he was my brother, he was a warrior of light. He did what he did for Hyda Ellen, and for those who would one day, too, heed the crystal's call.
Claim the throne, my friend. Become ruler of Ivalis and restore peace to this war-torn realm once and for all. Wait, Ramza. Don't leave me. Please. I beg of you. You will make a fine and just king, Delita. See you do not stray from that path. Ramza.
That one was turned into those two.
The stones in these two necklaces, you are certain they will guide the heroes of a new era to Ramza? 'Tis what Ramza wished, my lord. Orin, I do not believe I can bear another farewell this day. Will you not reconsider my offer to remain as a member of my court? 'Tis but a matter of time before the cardinal and his temple knights grow wise to my past. I would not have my presence here implicate you as well. Ramza beseeched me strike his name from history, but like you, my lord, I could not bear the thought of future generations blind to the truth. As such, I penned this chronicle of the hero's journeys. I fear the world, however, is not yet ready for the gospel contained within these pages, nor would the church ever allow its circulation. In fact, I believe they will confiscate every existing copy and lock them away in their library.
And what better way for the words to remain forever preserved than in one of the most highly guarded vaults in all the realm? Then, one day, when the church has fallen out of favor, the chronicle will be discovered and truth shall prevail.
I must admit, your plan is intriguing, Orin, but once the church learns it was you who penned the chronicle, your life.
Hey. I'm guessing we're going to tell that stuff to the people.
Shauna.
Or what?
'Twas the echo, wasn't it?
The removal removal of Ramza's name from the history books, the Duri papers, the pendants, it was all set in motion by Orin himself. And if the Liberator's visions are to be taken as fact, it also appears we now know what the High Seraph meant by blood of my invoker.
She was not speaking of ancestors in the sense of actual kin, but the line of those chosen by Haida Ellen to serve her as warriors of light. But then why abduct Ramza, or even Alma? Unless, there is something you haven't been telling us. She was using us, to lure Shauna. It is her vessel the High Seraph desires. Matron's teats, Alma, how long have you been awake?
Matron's teeth. I guess that's one way of saying, like, holy shit.
I've been a fool.
I guess.
I told our leader that it did not matter if our request for aid was refused, for I had an alternative ploy. General. It is all right, Weijai. My intention was to claim one of these Orosite in the name of the Resistance and use its power to lay waste to the Garlean occupants. Only now do I realize how flawed my ambitions were.
You mean this whole time you were playing us for fools? Why didn't we see it earlier? Never trust a woman with ears longer than mine, I always say.
Okay.
You've every right to be angry, and I apologize for misleading you. But believe me, I no longer have any desire to deceive you and yours. I shall see you to the Orbanay Monastery, and ask naught in return but that you let me join you in your rescue of Ramza. Do not misunderstand me. I do not do this for any one of you. I do it for my people in both Galmari and Rabanastra, people who may die if this High Seraph is allowed to return to power.
The Orbanay Monastery is not available to us. Okay. So let's go up for that one. Also, let me just I should have enough space for more poetics, I guess. Okay, queue time is actually very short. Okay, I'm just gonna quickly look at some of this. I'll just quickly look at the strats for the different bosses so I have a sort of idea what I'm supposed to do. Okay. Yeah, I understand the first one, sort of. Okay, there's apparently a second boss. There's some AoEs that will give a duty action. There's a lot of information for some of these bosses, to be honest. Jesus Christ, the third boss has a lot of info. I feel like there's a bit too much info to basically read through thoroughly, but I think most of it should be kind of simple enough. I think. Could be wrong, but I think at least most of it shouldn't be too much of a problem. Still wondering about these storage nodes, what they're supposed to be doing.
Records found. Records.
They seem to appear after the different patches and quests have been completed. I just don't know why. It seems like there's more and more people that appear here. Okay, you know what? Since it doesn't seem like it's going as fast as I thought, I guess I can go through the attacks just one at a time. So let's see. The first boss has some of the usual tank buster, raid wide AoE. There's something called Leg Shot, places a landmine beneath 3 random players. If a player runs into a mine, it explodes for high damage and inflicts paralysis. So what's that on that? There's something called Left Right Handgun, I think it's pronounced. Hits a 170 or 270 degree angle to the boss's left or right, usually used twice in a row. Okay. Maintenance boss tethers 2 to 6 robots inside and around the arena. Outside robots attack a line directly across the arena. Inside robots attack the quadrant they're in. Ballistic missile, player targeted AoE on one random player from each alliance. Searchlight, 4 markers track targets and detonate, similar to Phantom Train's spotlights. I don't know what that is, to be honest. Analysis and Last Testament. Ground, circle marker placed on each player with an opening on the side. Boss jumps out of the arena and appears randomly on the outside. Position characters such that circle marker hole faces the boss. When cast finishes, first time the boss does this attack, a cutscene plays showing him lining up his shot while simultaneously allowing the players to determine his position. Afterwards, without the cutscene, this time is available to locate the boss and position accordingly. Okay. Then there's the second boss. Throughout the fight, 2 types of special AoEs will spawn, each giving a specific duty action. The golden shield bearer makes the target immune to damage from the front. Moving and using other abilities while the shield bearer is active will end the effect. The silver sword bearer grants a short 180-degree arc attack that deals high damage to shielded enemies. Let's see. Okay, so there's raid wide attack and a tank buster sort of attack, although it is more of an AoE, like cone attack, but it's basically targeted towards the main tank. There's an attack called Judgment Blade, which is an AoE knockback that inflicts vulnerability up. To avoid it, step into one of the light pillars, face the boss, and use the duty action hold the shield. Okay. There's something called Cleansing Blade, a 6-player targeted AoE. 6-player targeted AoEs on 2 players. But from each alliance. Okay. Cleansing Strike. 1 random alliance is pulled to another area, where they're inflicted with a 1-minute Doom debuff and must slay all of the tainted souls and taintless souls that spawn. Tainted souls slowly move towards the center of the arena, where they explode for high damage and inflict vulnerability up. Taintless souls stay put, but are highly resistant to any attack that isn't from the sword duty action, and if left alone, will cast an attack that deals high damage. Once all of the ants have been killed, Doom debuff will be dispelled and the alliance will be returned to the arena. Okay. Then there's something called Consecration. Used immediately after Cleansing Strike. 2 shield bearer circles will spawn, and 2 remaining alliances will be trapped within Helidome ads and pulled to specific areas around the arena. Several untargetable ephemeral knights ads will launch line attacks across the arena. Through each ad, the remaining alliance's goal is to use the sword duty action to destroy the ads. And there's something called Hallowed Bolt. 2 random players are marked for an AoE attack. It's twice in succession. Once as a circle AoE centered on the player, and once as a ring AoE centered on the player, or vice versa. Then there's Heavenly Judgment. The boss begins charging up a Holy Blade meter to Sword Knight ads and 1 Shield Knight ad spawns, along with 2 Shield Bearer circles. The 2 Sword Knights will cast Mortal Blow, dealing damage in a massive circle around them. Meanwhile, a Sword Bearer circle will spawn, alongside 2 or 4 emblazoned shield ads that tether to the Shield Knight and make it invulnerable. The boss's Holy Blade meter reaches 100. Heavenly Judgment will wipe the raid. And then there's Divine Ruination. 1 random player each alliance becomes tethered to the boss, while 2 shield bearer circles spawn. After a short delay, the boss will launch a highly damaging line attack at tethered players, until the players can avoid damage by either using the shield bearer action or simply staying away from the tethered players. Okay, so then there's the... what's that? Third boss? Yep. Let's see. There's a note. Auto attacks will hit the highest hate member of each party. Okay. Then it has something called TG Holy Sword. Sword stabbed in ground, get close. Oh, I guess it's like certain attack. So if swords are stabbed in the ground, get close. Swords held sideways, get away. Swords ranged over platforms, stay off the covered platforms. Okay. Let's see, there's Cleansing Strike, reduces entire alliance to 1 HP and inflicts a doom that is dispelled when those afflicted are healed to full hit points. Duskblade creates a circle on each of the 6 platforms. 3 players are required per circle to reduce the damage. When the circle is occupied by 3 or more players, Third Spike will erupt from the circle. This deals no damage, being purely an indicator that the circle is filled. Then there's Shadow Blade, marks 1 player in each alliance with a large black AoE. When the attack goes off, each target will take a moderate amount of damage, and a gradually expanding black sphere will spawn on the spot each target was standing at the time. Standing inside the orb inflicts a strong bleed debuff, but the true danger of Shadow Blade comes from allowing two spheres to overlap. Any spheres that intersect each other at any point will inflict a stack of highly damaging bleed. A highly damaging bleed debuff to the entire alliance for each sphere. As 2 spheres are needed to actually overlap, the alliance will always be afflicted with at least 2 stacks of the debuff. Later on in the fight, 2 players in each alliance will be marked for this attack, with very little room for error to avoid overlap. Okay. And there is Crush Helm. Each party's tank receives 4 stack of Dispellable Slashing Vulnerability Up debuff, followed by a Tank Buster. A Crush Armor is next. Boss tethers to each alliance's tank that strikes the tethered. But the boss tethers to each alliance's tank that strikes the tethered player with an attack, deals extremely high damage, and inflicts a stack of physical vulnerability up 4 times. A notable delay between each attack. The tank should immediately pass the tether off to another party member, as the debuff drastically reduces the damage taken from the boss's auto attack. After a player is struck with the attack, another player should intercept the tether. Only a tank can survive 2 strikes of Armor Crush, but this will almost guarantee death to the next auto attack received. Okay, and there's Crush Weapon. 1 player in each alliance is marked with a 3-pronged black crosshair over their head, eventually dropping a large AoE beneath their feet that deals damage and inflicts physical vulnerability up. The AoE will chase the player, striking 4 times in quick succession before ending. Then there's Colosseum. The boss becomes untargetable, launches the entire raid to a new flat and open arena, spawns 3 ephemeral knights, and begins charging a swordplate gauge. Then there's some attacks. Bolt 1 player in each alliance is marked. 1 player in each alliance is marked with a red arrow that eventually creates a circle AoE followed by a ring AoE, or vice versa, centered on the target. Getting hit by this attack deals moderate damage and inflicts a strong, non-dispellable electrocution damage over time debuff. Then there's Bolt 2. stack marker on one player in each alliance. In addition to dealing damage, the attack also inflicts a very short magic vulnerability debuff on those hit. And then there's Divine Ruination. One player in each alliance is marked with a purple arrow and is tethered to the boss of a short blade that adds will launch a wide line AoE at their respective targeted or respective marked target. Stick to the edges of the arena to prevent your alliance or your party's ad from hitting the other parties. Okay. Then there's Balance Asunder. Heavy rain-wide damage based on how far the shadow play or sword play bar filled during the ad phase. If it was able to reach 100%, it wipes the alliance. Okay. And then there's Crush Accessory. I think it is. An ice puddle will spawn, covering the entire area, save for the 6 furthest points for the boss. On each of the circles, players are inflicted with frostbite for as long as they stand in the puddle. 3 ice wolf ads will each spawn in one of the empty areas. This only casts burst, killing the ad, but dealing very heavy damage to the entire alliance and inflicting a stack of vulnerability up. Once all the ads are gone, the puddle will be removed. And then there's finally the last boss. Let's see here, there's phase 1. The boss is embedded in a wall for the first phase of the fight. In this phase, the boss is considered omnidirectional for the purpose of position-based abilities. Let's see, it has an ability called Holy 4. It targets the ground under several random alliance members, while also marking several other players with unavoidable AoEs that must be spread apart. Both sets of attacks deal heavy damage. Then there's Aura Light, a large mainly ranged AoE coupled with 3 line AoEs, all of which deal extremely high damage. The line AoEs will leave behind walls of ice, restricting movement temporarily. And there's Flare 4, 2 random players are marked with player targeted proximity AoEs and should stand clear of the rest of the alliance. And there's Grand Cross, 3 untargetable Auracite shards, and will sequentially fall from the ceiling in square AoEs, instantly killing anyone caught beneath them as they land. After all 3 have landed, they will all cast a highly damaging cross-shaped attack. 1 square of the arena will always be safe from this attack, and first phase, the Auracite shards will never land in the row closest to the boss. Let's see, then there's something called Demi Aquaris, I think it is. So I just noticed that was FK. Summons Demi Bamford, will cast Dark Ewers, travel across the arena in lines. At the same time, the boss will cast Aura Light. Then there's Demi Ares, summons Demi Belias to cast Time Eruption, stack on a slow clock until the fast clocks detonate. Then move to where a fast clock used to be. At the same time, the boss will cast Holy 4. Unlike Belias' fight, the clocks are not in a set pattern. Okay, and we don't get to read the rest. Hopefully it won't be too difficult, this stuff. Okay.
ruins of the monastery lie ahead, but do not think the path will be easy. The ether here feels corrupted. Kyopo. Harpies. My sisters would not allow this. Unless. We probably shouldn't go barging in there alone. Kyopo.
Just kill these things then. And the mystic ghost. So basically just AoE them down. Or not.
Impressive. Perhaps you are deserving of your accolades. But do you have an answer for this mist? Or is it ether? This all feels familiar, like back in Ridorana. Only the name of these ruins lives on with my people. We have no knowledge of their past, nor do we wish it. Trespass into the monastery is avoided except when necessary. I imagine this is what it is like to be swallowed by a mortal. Kyopo. Ahead. I see someone.
Going up to the first boss.
Something. There are traces of ethereal residue here. Most likely from Oricide. Kyopo. My name is Mistadio Bunansa.
What's this?
I should have done that. Should have stayed with the group. So in here.
You shall promise. The promise will save you from what comes next.
Okay, so the boss is up there, and I need to do this.
Let this be your final testament. And what am I weary of thee? We're just
Don't stand inside of that.
What's this?
Just gonna follow the people here. And soon over here-ish.
You're making this too easy. I see you.
Ah, there's the boss.
Let this be your final testament.
My speed buff. Almost there. Few more seconds.
You have proven yourself deserving of the title. Zodiac Brave. With this, my journey can, at long last, come to an end.
And I am in Alliance A. Okay.
When the Empire marched upon Rabanastra, many who lived in the desert fled east to the sanctuary of the jungle. Some who were not turned away by my sisters are said to have taken refuge here. This wine looks good enough to drink. Do you think we should? No. All right, Kyopo. There. Another.
The bell
Lakeva.
of youth guides
It
your
appear-
fate, but have you the faith to fulfill his legacy?
Will not follow the whole timer thing.
To the current of life we succumb, its judgment swift and final, its bite as cold as steel.
shit.
The hearts of men are black with corruption and must needs be cleansed!
I bet it's not right.
Seven shadows cast, seven fates foretold.
okay.
Yet at the end of the broken path lie death, and death alone!
Okay, I think what do we need to? I'm slightly messed up because I didn't really realize what I was supposed to do.
I call out to the skies and tremble as the brilliance of 1,000 bolts blinds mine enemies and tears their flesh asunder! The dreams of men are fleeting, yet they must be embraced if they are to flourish. Have you the faith to do as much?
To lure this up, killing these guys.
Oh, divine light, send us from our sins! Gaze deep into the light! They who dwell aloft have spoken. Let their words echo in your empty soul. Ruination is come!
I think I just not stand where they those people are. Should be fine.
On guard!
Oh, we are taking. My group is now being taken in here where we need to kill a bunch of enemies. Did we do it or did we die?
Well fought, champion. I leave you now to your quest. My Ovelia awaits.
Okay, that's right. Step into the circle and get teleported.
Can you not feel it? An evil lurks here, one far beyond our ken.
Yeah, this looks weird. So that's just some ads. Yes. Let's deal with. Dead.
Once, when I was very young, I heard the elders speak of a dark city where the horrors that haunt our nightmares dwell. The Necro Hall, they called it, the Necro Hall of Molonde. Molonde. Now where have I heard that name before? Kyuko.
Your coming was
This
foretold,
guardian,
servant
he is
of
not like the first two.
Or perhaps you serve another. I am Count Sidolphus Orlando. Your journey ends here. The hearts of men are black with corruption and must needs be cleansed.
This thing where he needs to be healed to max. He got some.
I call out to the skies and tremble as the brilliance of 1,000 bolts blinds mine enemies and tears their flesh asunder. 7 shadows cast, 7 fates foretold, yet at the end of the broken path lies death, and death alone. Open your eyes to the darkness and drown in its loveless embrace. The gods will
Let's make sure
not
that these
be
do
watching.
not stack.
Misfortune hangs heavy on a head once held high. Such is poor cover for when the heavens fall. Come, show me more. To To the current of life we succumb, its judgment swift and final, its bite as cold as steel. To live by the sword is to die by the sword. There is time enough for regret in the flames of hell.
Did that mechanic correctly at least?
Cold is the blade that severs the villain's head. Endless is the path that leads him from hell.
Okay. That could have gone better. I have no clue what the fuck is happening during this fight. Okay, and we're taking somewhere else, which I believe was also said in the instructions. We basically just need to like kill this thing as fast as we can. Some of the other groups come over here and help us. So ours is currently the one with the most health. Well, I guess that's not that important. Nice.
I have been called the God of Thunder. You will now know why. Upon my holy blade, the very world lies in balance. And now the scales will tip.
Okay.
Come, show me more. Escape is not so easily granted.
Yep. It's the one where it's close, I guess. I still don't really understand these.
Were you expecting a modicum of rust? You will find my defenses quite impenetrable. A piteous display.
Okay, that's the one where it's like close to him.
They who dwell aloft have spoken. Let their words echo in your empty soul. Ruination is come. Even the strongest of shields cannot defend the weakest of wills. A moment's hesitation beckons a lifetime of pain.
I think that was the crush armor thing we had to deal with, where it's like Most people can't survive too many of those. Okay, good. I don't need to deal with that. There you go.
You will find my defenses quite impenetrable.
We need another person in here.
Hark! The screams of ruin rise above the storm's discord. Shudder not in her endless cold. Show me more. The clouds have parted, and the skies cleared. It is time I bade you farewell.
Off to the last boss then, I guess.
The ether grows thick. She whom we seek must lie beyond this threshold. You mustn't fear her. Leave that to me, Kyoko.
Is it sanctum you seek, my wayward children? Or perhaps you are come in search of power? That which lies at your feet, that blessed bauble can grant you both. You need but will it so.
And people have started the fight.
Now, take up your salvation and be gone. Mortal agency in matters divine shall not be suffered.
Hey, a little bit annoying that they don't wait. Okay, so we just get right into the chaos.
Your very soul shall not escape my wrath.
Is also
from ink of blackest night. I summon you.
So that's the water guy that we fought before.
Kneel before me. Denizens of the abyss, from ink of blackest night, I summon you.
It's that guy. So that's the slow moving one we're currently standing on.
Denizens of the abyss, from ink of blackest night, I summon you.
There's that guy. Let's tell you what he does. Oh yeah, the things that he cut. Okay, that's Over this way?
Death awaits defiance.
Wait, all of this. Okay, everything happens at the same time now. Sequence, I guess. We were supposed to be so get close there, and there's all this. I didn't notice that there was something there. Someone just wrote, "What the fuck is this shit?" Jesus Christ. That was a lot of shit that just happened at once.
Bear your steel. Simmer as the light of life before rising to the heavens in a cleansing conflagration of divine benevolence. Your sins, your souls are undone.
And I just fall down here. Oh,
Will not intervene.
okay, so I guess we're supposed to kill that thing before the barrier gets destroyed.
I am the only gold.
The fuck is happening? Okay, Ramsey just appeared. The fuck is happening?
Few can claim to have endured the might of my will. Denizens of the abyss, from ink of blackest night, I summon you.
So I have no
Kneel before me.
launch of how this works, like this stage, because I was not able to read that at the time.
Your very soul shall not escape my wrath. Kneel before me.
Okay, that was a bad place I went to.
Denizens of the abyss, from ink of blackest night, I summon you.
Huh? Oh, you need to basically split it and in a specific spot in order to block that.
Blackest night, I summon you. to my will.
But I don't get what is going on here.
Kneel before me.
What is going on?
Denizens of the abyss, from ink of blackest night, I summon you. I see it now, in you.
Oh, yes. It's deep. We get a buff from that one.
Denizens of the abyss, from ink of blackest night, I summon you.
Maybe? I don't know if it's... I guess I could use that. I don't know. No one was using them for some reason there.
I am your mother. I am your maker. I am Evilise. Consign me unto darkness, and your light will be forever lost.
Nice. The Ober or Bone Monastery. Nice. Okay, let's see. That didn't get it. Did I win anything? Nope, doesn't seem like it. Honestly, it looks like such a weird place. Hmm. Ah, and there's Ramsey.
He's awake, Kyopo. But is it truly him? Thank you. Thank you all for coming to my aid.
It's the OG version.
And you have my thanks, noble warrior of light. You have achieved what I could not. and you, bearer of my blood and the blood of Houstery. Thank you for seeing my final wish fulfilled. My sacrifice has finally been given meaning.
Okay, there's just a bunch of people spawning in.
Now, my friends, let us retire to Mother Hydaelyn's bosom, that we may finally rest. Farewell. You are the true heroes of this story. Delita. How I have missed you, old friend. Forgive me, Ramza. You deserve better than what history gave you. I could have done more. I am truly sorry. These countless centuries did I long for the day that we might meet once again. And now, that time is finally come. Hydaelyn beckons us both.
You and another cutscene.
I am so sorry, Ramza. Alma. I convinced myself my research was the most important thing in my life, all the while you two were standing before me. Can you find it in your hearts to forgive your father?
It is all right. We are still here, are we not?
And we triumphed. We proved your theory true. Ivalice existed. Ramza existed. And Orangery was not a heretic, but a hero. Now all that remains is to tell the world. No, my son. We needn't burden ourselves further. But Father, we cannot allow our ancestors' name to remain. And we will not. Yet simply not in the manner you think. I shall be adding a final act to the Zodiac Brave storytelling of how Ramza the Forgotten Hero and his chronicler Orangery smote the Angel of Blood and saved Ivalice from an age of darkness, before quietly embarking on a final journey that would take them far beyond the horizon. And of course, I shall not leave out those nameless heroes who fought alongside Ramza, without whom the young noble would have surely perished.
Is that what you truly want, Father? For the story to end?
It will only end on the stage, my dear, and live on in the hearts of the crowd. King Delita and Orin envisioned the Virgo as a beacon which would lead future generations to the truth about the founding of their kingdom, They were right. And just as the pendants guided us, now we shall guide the masses through our play. And now you see, my son. I would offer you my thanks again, Shauna, but thanks are not nearly enough to express my gratitude for all you have given us. Perhaps after I complete the Zodiac Brave story, I shall pen a tale about the legendary warrior of light and her adventures across the 3 great continents. Then you'll have your work cut out for you, my friend. Shauna has enough battles under her belt to fill at least 3 tomes, if not 4.
Would you stop doing that, CID?
And her tale is far from over, isn't it?
Oh, I guess it's the play? Something.
Alright, this is our final dress rehearsal for the night. Make it count. Positions, everyone. Yes, Principal. Lights. Music. There will be no more mistakes from you two, am I clear? Mother crystal clear, Kyopo.
They are going to perform the new final act.
Begin.
Whatever will do the choices branded as heretics, whom shall embark on a journey beyond, or a journey together. Why is this not something that can be read aloud by text speech? Together, the bristles call has been answered and evil vanquished from the land, now free to soar like the griffin. Free, but how? Casting off our noble names and forging a new path, one not bound by fate. And on that path we shall meet new friends, make a new family. Unto them we shall entrust the true tale of our deeds, that they may carry on our legacy for all eternity. Sword in hand, a warrior clutches stone to breast. In a sword-edged he has in stony tempered his ill. By sword attested, by stone repealed, I think it was. Their tale can now be told.
Bravo. Bravo. You both were wonderful.
I have to say, I still absolutely despise those sort of dialogue things, because the text-to-speech thing that I use can't read those things at all. And it's annoying as hell when they are not voice acted, because that means that, oh great, I now need to read them. And they sometimes move a bit too fast. And the fact that you can't, like, personally, like, choose when they progress is really annoying.
I am inclined to agree with the Lady Murla's sentiments, but there is always room for improvement. Back to your positions, everyone. Again from the top. Again. I've had enough of this. I was promised a starring role, Kyopo. It is in my contract. Oh, hush, brother, before Genovese has us back to polishing boot buckles again.
Is that the final cutscene? Or what? Or not. Meanwhile, in the clockwork city of Gao, or however it's pronounced, aliens, I presume. Yep. That's not good.
Well. Sir. Further research will be required to reach a positive conclusion, but preliminary tests show that the technology utilized here bears striking similarities to our own. Excellent. Let the Eorzeans play with their baubles. True power lies within these very walls. It appears our ancestors were as cunning as they were ruthless.
Wait, who are you? You're part
A
of the
weapon powerful
troop.
enough to carve a gateway to the land's very core. His radiance will be eager to test this Tartarus, wouldn't you all agree?
And I need to speak with Nina. I guess it is. Yep, she's outside. Okay. And this way.
Well, wasn't that an adventure, Shauna? It is sad to think we must soon part ways, what with all we've been through these past few moons. Satisfied with the city's unwillingness to turn him over to the Garleans, Genovese has decided to purchase a permanent berth above Kyogana for the Prima Vista. Supposedly he has already received petitions from hundreds of Geico and Ganon to join the company. And then there is the matter of my assignment. You will be delighted to learn that I am almost finished. What? How do you expect one to write an expose when off battling forces of evil from beyond the void? Don't you worry, though. A few more weeks and I'll have a draft. All right, an outline. Until then, I'll stay here in Kyogani a while longer, at the Raven's expense, of course. Farewell.
Okay. And we get staff credits. This one. Okay. Now we just have the last 3 quests. Making bacon, in bad taste, and walk on by. Let's see. Okay, so one of these requires me to basically have made bacon bread. Some high quality of that, and then there is some food that I need to make as well to complete another one. Grilled turbans, tempura platters, and takoyaki. Thinking I might as well just try and make those before I go ahead and do anything else. So, let's see here. Bacon, nothing appears. Have I not learned that thing yet? I don't have that book yet. That's why. Okay. Okay, what about grilled turbans? Okay, I can make those. Need cooking sake, I can buy that. I can buy that, and I can't buy those, but I can probably fish them up somewhere. So let's just add those to favorites. There is tempura platter. I have some of the parts of this. I need a sword tip and Yangshan tiger prawn. The rest shouldn't be too difficult to get. And then there is takoyaki. I'll be able to just search takoyaki. That requires several things. Okay, so we have around 20 or 36 minutes ish, like around 30 minutes basically, before I'm gonna have to end the stream. So what I'm thinking is I can try and get the ingredients that I need in order to get the thing that basically allows me to get the Master Culinarian 2 book, which is I need to make rich tomato relish. Rich tomato relish. So I need Fieldcraft Materia 3 and spicy tomato relish. It needs to be high quality. Do I have any of these? I have 6 of those. Good, I just need 2. So that's favorites. And then there's this. We have those. I don't have cinnamon, but I can buy those. I don't have any simple salt, but I can buy those from restricted vendors. And then there's dark vinegar, which I have several of. Okay, so that is most parts taken care of. And might as well turn that off. Okay, so how much do I need? Let's see, I need 1. These. Dark vinegar, I need 1 of. And then there was cinnamon, I can buy. Table salt, which I can also buy, but only from restricted vendors. Well, gonna have to go and find someone that I can get that from. And then I need 2 of these. I really need to clean up my inventory because I have so much shit on me at this point. No, I don't want to edit comments. Let's see, I guess I can put away some of the plants that I've gathered. Wait, rock salt, that's... Yep, I can just make table salt. Nice. Let's see. All of this can go here. I guess I can drop some of these things. I might as well see if there's any of this that I can get rid of. Nothing else. Alright, so switch over to culinarian. Add one of these. Okay, so then I just need cinnamon. I might be able to buy that from a vendor here. Maybe. Oh, yep. Okay, so I need to probably make this into high quality just be on the safe side, although I shouldn't have too much trouble making a high quality version. The next one. Just be on the safe side. This will just make sure that it's 100%. Okay. Remember this being one thing that I tried, like, getting such a long time ago. Like, before I started Heavensward, I was trying to, like, make some of these things. And I had so much trouble because some of the, like, gear that I could get just was extremely difficult to get, like, it was really hard for me to basically get enough craftsmanship and control to basically be able to make just some of these items. It was a pain in the ass, basically. Okay, so now I should be able to go here, and I think it's this. Oh, okay, it's not that one. Nope. Ah, crafting tomes, that's where it is. And I still need to get basically like most of these domes, which I honestly should just get around to getting. So you need the carpenter, blacksmith, armor, goldsmith, leatherworker, weaver, Those are basically the only ones that I need. Thing is, you can't buy these materials. You need to specifically make them yourself. Alright. And that. And now I should be able to search for bacon and get bacon bread. And also bacon broth, but I don't really need that. Okay, so bacon bread, I need smoked bacon. Sunset wheat, I can buy that. Mineral water, I can buy that. Night milk, I can buy that from certain vendors. And volcanic rock salt, I have a bunch of that. And smoked bacon. How do you get that? Let's see, over here. Smoked bacon. That is from the whatchamacallit, quartermasters for the grand companies. So I guess I could go and get those materials. And basically just craft the bacon bread that I need. The making bacon bread quest. Which will in turn give me 10 bacon bread, normal quality, and also, I guess, cracked. Oh wait, I actually need to make 10 of them. 10 bacon bread. It seems. Let's see. What do I need then? So you make 3 each time that I make that, so I need 4 of these batches that I need to make. Okay, so that means 4 smoked bacon. Okay, and then I just need to get the rest of the things, which some of it I could collect. This actually doesn't provide a whole lot of things that you can learn. It's just bacon broth, flint caviar, bacon bread, and triple cream coffee. Okay, so most of these things I should be able to just find up here or in my retainers. I'm thinking until next stream I'll basically just try and get the remaining ingredients so we can do those or do that other quest that I basically have. Okay, so let's see here. I need what was it again? Was volcanic rock salt that I need. And let's see, I need to make 4 batches and I need 2 for each, that's 8 of them. And let's see, then there is some other things that I feel I can maybe get here. Let's see, I need sunset wheat, actually I can. Don't have any of that. Don't have any of that. And night milk. Don't have any of that either. I don't remember where I can get that. I think it might be the Hasagen though. Yeah. I guess I forgot that I was not really a ninja. I tried basically using the teleportation ability. Okay. Tradecraft supplier. I need 4 mineral water. And then what else was it? Sunset wheat. see. Does she have sunset wheat? Nope, doesn't seem like it. Okay, so that's only available in Limsa, it seems. Okay. Let me see. Night milk, that was something I can get from Zahagen. Okay, so I guess what I can do is teleport to Limsa. Go and get the wheat, and then I can head up to the Zahagen and get the milk. Please load. Yep. Go to the Culinarian's Guild. Alright, and then Josie. Need to find the wheat from where is it? Sunset wheat. Those, and then it's Lonacy, Western Airport. And then go and see the Zahagen. It's gonna cost either 84 gil or one, is that one, their rainbow tide, something or other, their currency basically. Which I do have 17 of. Do you actually get from one of those? 3. I'm actually curious about something. How much does this sell for? Seems to sell for a decent amount actually. Let's see, I could potentially get some of these things from them. Get 17 badges of night milk and try and sell some of it on the what's that called? The market board. That seems to apparently sell for like around 200 piece. I don't really need unidentifiable shells right now. You apparently need like 10 of them for the Evansward relic questline. I've basically just been starting to collect a few of those things, just because might as well. So, yes, get this. Okay, and that should allow me to make this, and it needs to be high quality, I believe. Yep. That was the wrong one, I did. Damn it. I fucked up that I was supposed to have done that one, but I for some reason pressed E without control. Isn't it the edit one for some fucking reason? Damn it. So now I don't have the right amount. I'm curious, is this being sold on the market board? Yes, but only in stacks of 10 where it's high quality. Well, I guess it is back to Limsa then in order to get some more wheat, because I'm a dumbass. I should start learning to not use my keybinds when doing crafting, because that just makes it way more likely that I mess up if I just press incorrectly. Let's see. Might as well get some of the other things. Mineral water and sunset wheat. And I just need my retainer and some more smoked bacon. Okay. New materials, smoked bacon. And then just over to my retainer. Okay. Marion. And volcanic rocks. 2 of those. Alright, and this time keep my hands off the keyboard so I don't mess this up by clicking on the wrong thing. There we go. End up making how many? 15 loaves of bread when I actually just needed 10, but yeah. Let's see, head off to Ghana then. Then we need to go and find the company bell. Or, yeah, find her, then speak with the wandering dramaturge, and then apparently deliver the bacon bread. Okay, making bacon bread.
I am sure you are aching to take the weight off your feet after so long and arduous a journey, but my husband seeks an audience. You must forgive the man. He can be a trifle demanding at times, but I assure you he means no ill.
Okay.
beacon built atop the ruins of a lost city, you say? I would so like to hear more of this latest adventure. But to do so sends refreshment would be in poor taste, indeed. I shall send for an assortment of viands and a bottle of my finest. Then again, why send a minion to do the job of a master? Before me stands a woman in a class all her own when it comes to matters of procurement, as you amply proved earlier. After decades of experimentation, I have found that naught save the freshest of freshly baked bacon bread can truly be said to complement my vintage collection. So, shall we say, 10 loaves? And none of that day-old stuff. Only the highest quality will do. Understood. I imagine one with your myriad talents could procure 10 loaves of high-quality bacon bread without a second thought. Mayhap I should have asked for a score?
Here you go.
Tell me, what is that breathtaking aroma? The bouquet of roasted grain and sweet cream butter, accented by the subtle tang of wood smoke. Could it be? Ah, it is. Bacon bread, and of a quality seldom seen outside the realm's most decorated bakeries. So armed, we can at last celebrate the latest of your unparalleled achievements. A toast. And yes, your reward. You must forgive me, for all I have to offer are these cracked crystals found on one of my wanderings through the ancient thoroughfares of Mhash. If you do not care for them, feel free to throw them away. I shall not be in the least offended.
There basically have cracked clusters and cracked crystals. Okay. And then we basically have like 2 quests from Company Bell still, which is in bad taste and walk on by. Walk on by is the one where I need to like craft the grilled turbans, tempura platters, and takoyaki. Basically just need to craft 1 of each because I need 3 of each of them, and they all need to be high quality. That's gonna have to wait until another day because it is currently like 6:50 at this point, and technically I have like, I don't know, 20-ish minutes left of the stream, but at the same time I'm also kind of like, I know how long I can sometimes be at ending the stream, so, and I need to basically be ready for the event that's happening with my FC, which I'm still not completely ready for, so I'm thinking let's go ahead and start ending the stream now. Let's see here. Let's put one up here. And let's see. Give me just a really quick second. I just need to here. There we go. Alright, so switch. Let's see. Okay, so there is currently 3 people that I follow that I could raid. Let's try and see here how long these people usually stream for. See your schedule. Okay, so they seem to be maybe ending the stream here somewhat soon. At least according to their schedule stuff. What about you? How long have you been streaming for? 3 minutes. Okay, that is not a long time, so I guess we can go with Talgi. Yeah, she has basically been streaming for like 4 minutes now, so might as well just ate her, I guess. I really need to actually get around to go through my Twitter and basically find a lot of the people that I haven't followed yet over on Twitch. Because, yeah, there's a lot of people on Twitter that I follow that I would like to actually follow on Twitter or on Twitch as well, but I haven't gotten around to actually doing that, so yeah. Anyway, let's set up the raid command. Okay, so next stream, I actually don't entirely know when it's gonna be. I still need to figure out if I want to start doing streams on Mondays again. I used to basically do that. I think actually it's only been like this week that I didn't do it on. But I basically like started doing something where I would basically do some work. I wanted to have Monday off so I could basically like work on a project that I'm currently working on. That project might have to be finished as soon as I thought because of some stuff regarding me maybe having to watch my parents' house for like a week and a half. So we'll be able to do something on a specific day that I kind of would have liked to, but oh well. It's just gonna have to be delayed, I guess. That thing. I'll basically have some more information on that on Twitter probably in maybe a week. So it also kind of depends on whether or not I can get a job by then. I don't know. But yeah. What was I talking about? I just completely blanked on something. Oh yeah, but it was regarding Monday. I might do a stream there. I still need to figure that out. I'll basically have figure that out. Hopefully by tomorrow, where I can then make a schedule for next week and post it on Twitter on Monday. So yeah, at least from what I know, at least that Wednesday it's gonna be guaranteed a stream. It's gonna be some Yakuza 0. And it's gonna be 4 hours like it used to be before I got the job that I was fired from yesterday. Since, hey, I can now go and I don't need to like wake up at fucking 4 in the morning to get to work. That's nice. Yeah. Next guaranteed stream at least is Wednesday, Yakuza 0. I don't know what we're doing there. Or rather, we're probably gonna do some... I think about it, we're probably gonna do... Club Sunshine stuff. Try and get through that thing. And basically try and see if I can finish that up. I don't know if I can do that, but we'll try, and I guess just try and do a bunch of things. If I stream here Monday, we are probably going to do it there as well. But I don't know. Maybe. We'll basically see. And the next Final Fantasy stream is most likely going to be on Friday. So yeah, and I don't really have anything planned there. I'm gonna at least have the food, hopefully, for that quest that I mentioned earlier. That's from the company Bell. Have that ready, so I can do that quest or do those 2 quests, and then we'll be completely done with the Return to Ivalice, and I don't know. We'll figure out something else I can do, I guess. Maybe... I don't know. Maybe we can do either Omega or the Shadow of Mark. Who knows? Maybe I'll do another poll here. I don't know. Wednesday or Thursday, I don't know yet. But yeah. That's essentially the plan that I have for now. So... yeah. I guess I'll just go ahead and end the stream now, and raid the Telgi. And yeah, thank you everyone for dropping by, watching, and Retry Girl for following earlier. Thank you. I believe she is actually, if I remember correctly, I believe she is another Danish VTuber. I think. I could be wrong on that one. Yep, she is. Yeah, I basically remembered her from a community over on Twitter that some of us Danish VTubers have like set up. I wasn't part of setting it up, but a bunch of people basically set it up. So, yeah. Let's see. Yeah. So yeah, I guess I'll just most likely be back Wednesday, maybe Monday. I don't know yet, but yeah, we'll see. Yeah. Guess until next time, guys. I'll see ya.